Okay, Jake, you can hear us?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, great. And is Granicus started?
Granicus is live.
Okay, excellent. Then I think we're ready to go, Chair, whenever you are.
Okay, thank you. We're going to call the Planning Commission June 24th, 21 meeting to order. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So our first item will be consideration of approval of minutes from May 21st, 2021 Planning Commission meeting.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that the commission approve the meetings from our May 27, 2021 meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion so carried.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve the minutes from our June 10, 2021 Planning Commission meeting.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion so carried.
Okay, at this moment, we'll take any citizens' input if we have any. Go ahead, come up to the podium, please.
This is about any items that are not on the agenda. This is an opportunity for that public input.
Oh, this is on the agenda.
Not yet, then.
Okay.
We have to wait until 9:05 to begin the first timed item. We haven't gone into a coma up here.
The awkward silence.
Okay, we're going to take up our 9:05 a.m. item, public hearing to consider major use permit, UP 19-35, owner Frederick W. Soderlin, applicant Oak and Stone LLC, location 19303 Butts Canyon Road, Middletown, California, APN 014-00410, environmental evaluation, mitigating negative declaration, IS 19-55. Victor.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Victor. I'm a planner with the Community Development Department. Let me just pull up here this presentation real quick. Okay, as already explained, this is a major use permit for commercial cannabis cultivation located at 19303 Butts Canyon Road. So some of the things that I'll be going over today is the permit request. I'll give a little bit of a description in regards to the project, as well as a description in regards to the site, and then we'll dive into the project analysis, and then finally touch on the recommendations and conditions as well. So to start things off, the applicant is requesting approval of a major use permit to cultivate 1 acre of outdoor cannabis cultivation located within 84,500 square feet of cultivation area, as well as the construction of structures to support the cultivation operation. So the total proposed cultivation size, as mentioned already, is 84,500, which in comparison to the property size, it's approximately 7.7% total area to be cultivated within that area. On the right-hand side there of the presentation, I did include a zoning map to show you kind of the area of where the property is located. The parcel does look quite thin, but the applicant does meet all the setback requirements as identified in Article 27 of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance. So as mentioned before, the applicant's requesting a major use permit approval. The license type that they're applying for is an A type 3, which does allow up to 1 acre of cannabis cultivation. And the site is approximately 3.5 miles southeast from the nearest community growth boundary. And again, there's the same zoning map that I had in the previous slide. So to dive into the recommendation a little bit early here, staff is recommending approval of major use permit UP 19-35 with conditions outlined in full in the staff report, and as well as the conditions of approval, which is attachment 4. So to dive in a little bit into the site description, the property is located off of Butts Canyon Road. The applicant does have a private driveway off of Butts Canyon Road that leads up to the cultivation site. The road was deemed to be compliant with 4290. It is wide enough, and it does have the surfacing requirements for Public Resources 4290, which is the road access to the cultivation site. The property is approximately 25 acres in size, which is sufficient enough to support the cultivation license that the applicant is applying for, which would be a minimum of 20 acres. And the zoning of the property is rural lands, which does support commercial cannabis cultivation licenses. And right there on the right, you can see a photo of the entrance of the property. So excuse me, a little bit about the project analysis. The staff reviewed that the project is concurrent with the Lake County General Plan, the Middletown Area Plan, and the zoning ordinance as well. And again, the commercial cannabis cultivation is a permitted use within rural lands zoning district upon issuance of a major or minor use permit. Now, to give a little bit more about the project description, I do want to jump in. The applicant did provide a well test report that was conducted in January of 2020. The well test did yield that the existing well does produce approximately 20 gallons per minute, which is sufficient enough to support the cultivation operation in respect to how much the applicant is using, which you'll see identified in the report. And as well, in the well test permit, the well did provide results of the well being fully recharged back to normal within 2-hour period. Now here I provided a little vicinity map just to give you an idea of where the project is located in respect to the property. The proposed use is consistent with the land use, and the area that the applicant will be cultivating on is 0 to 10% grade, and again, the property is not located within a community growth boundary. So staff did conduct a site visit, and as mentioned before, our building division did determine that the project is compliant with Public Resources Code 4290. So here we can look at the cultivation site, kind of looking south towards the cultivation site. You can see the property is vegetated with some grass areas. And this is kind of looking more towards the northern side of the cultivation area. And then finally, this is the access road to get to the cultivation site. And the cultivation site would be located on that right-hand side. As you can see, a little turnout road that leads towards the cultivation area. And if you head straight on that gravel road, it leads to the parking lot and loops around towards the southern end of the cultivation area as well. So to touch a little bit on the California Environmental Quality Act, this project did go through an initial study. The major use permit submitted by Oakenstone LLC is recommended to be categorized as a mitigative negative declaration, as staff has determined that all the impacts can be mitigated and reduced to less than significant. And the mitigations are outlined again in attachment 4, which is the conditions of approval, as well as the initial study, which is attachment 6. And while I'm on this slide here, I do want to clarify in my report for the cultural resources section, the archaeological report that the applicant submitted did identify that there was no cultural resources on the property or in the project area, excuse me. However, in coordination with the culturally affiliated tribe, the tribe did identify that there was potential resources located within the area. So staff worked with the tribe, and we implemented the mitigations that are outlined in the staff report as well as the initial study to prevent any damage from happening to the resources that could potentially be within the area. And then the project needs to meet some findings in order to recommend approval. So the project is compliant with the major use permit article, which is Article 51 of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, which is located on that left-hand side there, as well as Article 27, which is the commercial cannabis cultivation regulations and requirements for permits that go through our department. And staff determined that the proposed project complies with both the major use permit findings and the findings located in Article 27. So staff is recommending approval of major use permit, UP 19-35. There are some conditions that are outlined on this slide here, but for more details, please refer to the attachments to get a little bit more information. But some of those conditions are in regards to air quality, the geology and soils, water quality, so the applicant will need to monitor the well in a continuous manner. And then cultural resources, as explained earlier, there's some mitigations in the attachment as well that staff has implemented. And that concludes my presentation, and ready for questions.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission?
I do not at this time.
Not at this time?
I just have one question on the report under public concern.
Yes.
There was item number 5, speaking about a drainage from an existing pond being removed. What is that?
Yeah, so multiple concerns, or I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay. Multiple concerns were brought up to our department, and staff conducted multiple site visits for the project as well. One of the concerns that were uplifted was that there was a drainage from a pond that's located towards, closer towards Butts Canyon Road, and that the drainage have been removed. So upon the initial site visit, staff did not identify that there was a drainage that was existent, and staff did conduct 2 follow-up site visits in 2021, and we could not identify that there was an existing drainage or evidence of it being removed. Staff also did refer to the biological assessment. There is an existing culvert on the property that is located closer to the cultivation site, but it didn't connect to the existing pond, and the biological report didn't identify either that there was a drainage coming from the pond either.
Victor, as is often the case, I'm on the same page as my colleague. And do you mind just speaking to these other public concerns that you mentioned here?
Yeah, of course.
While we're on that topic and that page?
Yeah, of course. So as you can see from the report, there was 5 main concerns that were brought up. Number one was that cultivation activities were occurring on the property while not under early activation. So the project was issued early activation last year, but these concerns were brought up after the early activation has expired. Staff conducted a site visit, took a look at the site, documented the photo, took some photos, and there was no plants or any cultivation activities that were occurring on the property. The second concern that was brought up was that there was greenhouses, storage containers, and water storage tanks that were placed on the property as well. When staff conducted a site visit, there were hoop houses on the property, but those were not in relation to the cultivation activity. Those were located in the front of the property where they had a private garden, where they had vegetables and stuff, and other crops like that. But staff did request that those be taken down and go through a proper permitting process separate from cultivation activities. And we followed up, and the applicant did remove those hoop houses from the property the day of the inspection. When we were out there as well, there was no storage containers that were on the property, and there were water storage tanks, but those the applicant can have those on the property either for domestic use or as part of the early activation process. So they were compliant with those requirements. The third concern was that there was extensive lighting as a result of the cultivation operation. While staff conducted the site visit as well, we ensured that all lighting, exterior lighting, had to be facing down and compliant with the dark sky requirements. Staff did document and take photos of those as well, and the lights were pointed down and shielded and not pointing in the direction of adjacent properties or up towards the sky. And then we talked about item 5. Item 4, a concern that road improvements were being conducted on the property. The only road improvements that were conducted were the applicant upgrading the road to gravel, which is a requirement of Public Resources Code 4290 for emergency access, and also as well in case rain, there's no erosion of the roads as well from being used as well. But there wasn't road improvements that would have triggered a grading permit that were done on the property.
Any other questions from the commission?
So I did have early activation, and we know that it had a state license too, and we're doing just outdoor cultivation with no lights under, so I'm just letting it sink in. I guess I'll have some more questions after I hear from the public.
Okay.
If there's no further questions, we'll open it up to public comment.
Gentlemen and lady, my name is Randy Pledger. I live next to this, I live at 19455 Butts Canyon Road, which is right next to 19303 Butts Canyon Road. I've heard a couple of things in the last few minutes that irritate the heck out of me. I have taken pictures of plants, and I gave them to the director at the time, which was Cartu. Is that her name, Cartu? Anyway, she was the director at the time, and she said, "This is great, but it's not evidence," because it didn't have a time date, but they would pass it on. The next day, I got one with the time date on it, and the gentleman tried to hide everything with putting trucks in front of it. But there were so many plants, he couldn't do it. And that was submitted to Mr. Zito Hernandez, right? Okay, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Anyway, this idea of inspectors going on that property and not seeing marijuana is ridiculous. I mean, it's a bold-faced lie. In fact, he's growing now because, okay, I was out at my property running off coyotes in the middle of the night, and I happened to be lucky enough to see them swing the door open for where the RV sits. And there were rows and rows of lights and something growing on the ground. I can't say cannabis, but it was a lot of it. And the hoops, that's another thing that irritates me. They told me that the building, the hoop building is 20 feet long, and they're using it for flowers and vegetables, and they told them to take it down. Well, yeah, they took it down, they moved it to the back of the property, and I got pictures of that. I'm sorry, I am getting very irritated, because this is not right. California is not the Wild West. He can't get by with this crap. He's had grows going since 2016. And you people seized a grow of his, an abatement. Yet, here it is. Okay, I want to get into my stuff now. I mean, the stuff that I came here for. Okay, the water usage and well permit. I've got it right here. It says that it's for domestic use. It says right here, purpose of this is domestic. Okay, I also talked to Craig Weatherwax, the health and safety officer, and this was the people that were supposed to certify the wells. And he says that his mandate says he can't do that. That is not his position. They I don't know, and they take so many shortcuts. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to cool down a little bit.
Randy, I'm sorry, we are out of the 3-minute timeline unless the commissioners would like you to continue.
I would sure like some more time.
I'll give you another minute to.
Okay.
summarize.
All right, with the cannabis, authorizing them to increase the cannabis will do nothing but destroy my well further. There's no water in my well. I haven't had water in 2 years. I am hauling water. Okay? This is clearly he's doing it. I mean, he's robbing. And okay, don't get so angry. The fact that he's getting a permit to grow marijuana is only going to exacerbate the problem, make it worse. Okay. Oh, I'm missing so much now. I don't know. I wish they would do a hydrology report. If they did that and did it, they could be more comfortable pumping the well, which I think is going to show in my favor anyway. I do have a lawsuit against this gentleman. I do have an axe to grind. I am going to give you a way to make this work, because I think it's only right. Number one is that he no longer uses the well. Number two is he hauls water in. He does what I'm doing. I'm on Social Security and VA benefits. I have a very limited income, and I've lived there 30 years and never had problems with my well. And we've had a few droughts, haven't we? And I survived until this. His well is 100 feet deeper than mine. Oh, okay. I've got a little hearsay. The gentleman that dug this well, I was told, well, I asked him over to my property because I'm going to have a well dug. And he says, well, I'm going to have to dig it close to Lauren's well. For one thing, the water table's there.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but can you speak into the mic? It's me over here. Over here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, you can. Okay. Well, I didn't think
better.
I was whispering. Okay.
There we
I'm
go.
sorry.
Thank you.
I don't want to get intense. But anyway, the gentleman that drilled the well told me that we could go 300 feet and I could get water, but it's a diminishing return. As long as he's pumping water out of that, the water table's going to come down. That's common in the area. The Wrights have dug 4 wells. They dig one. It's good for 4 or 5 years, 6 years, and they got to do it again. It's diminishing return. There is not, water for forever there. It is going. It's going away. I'm sorry. All right.
Okay, sir, I'm going to ask you to stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It kind of blew my whole thing.
Sir, it's behind you. Did you bring copies of the photographs you referred to today?
No, but they're on Cito Fernandez's email, and I've passed them out to anyone that would talk to me. David,
Back to the mic, please.
oh, okay.
If you don't have them, you don't have them. That was just simply my question.
No, I don't, but they were handed out to all, anyone that would talk to me. I mean, they knew about it. I mean, if you're going to say that he's not cultivating, I mean, that's not true. Okay, I don't have anything against that I have against the water, but I have to attack the source that's taking my water, and that's the cultivation. If he would take my plan and haul water, I wouldn't have a problem with him.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do we have any
Thank
other
you.
public comment?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Karen Mantelli. I'm a resident of Lake County, and I'm familiar with the planning field. I've been a planner for over 25 years, 10 years with the city of Clear Lake. So
It's hard to hear you, so we're going to bring this up closer. You have to talk in.
Gotcha. Thank you. Once again, thank you for listening to me here. I'm here today to speak in support of this allowable use project and on behalf of the applicant regarding the major use permit that Victor has spelled out for you and told you what they are trying to establish was the 1 acre commercial cannabis cultivation on this 25 acre property at 19303 Butts Canyon Road. As you all have done, and I have as well, reviewed the staff report and the CEQA documents and all the attachments and that have been prepared. And as it states, there's no vernal pools, there's no wetlands on the site, and there's no special status species. And it's not located in a designated, farmland protection zone. Yes, there was documented there's a class 3 waterway on site. However, the project is going to be, set back the required amount of space from there. Staff report does include the mitigation measures and conditions that Victor has outlined to ensure that no significant, impacts do occur to our resources. And as the Commission is aware, any applicant who is granted, this type of use does have to abide by the State Water Resources Control Board regulations. They have to put in place the best management practices, referred to as BMPs, and those are spelled out, with regards to water conservation, within the initial study. From my estimation, as well as, the county planning staff report, the application meets all the required development standards, all the general requirements, and restrictions within Article 27 of the Lake County Zoning Code. This was accomplished by the diligent efforts, of the applicant in providing the project planner with the necessary documents, information, and time in order during the site visits and stuff to determine that this application was complete. And I know the applicant will be as diligent in completing the conditions that are set forth in this report. The project's before you because staff feels that it is ready for your review and consideration. Now that you've studied all the documents and heard the staff report, and I ask for your consideration today in giving your approval for the project to adopting the resolutions prepared for the mitigated negative declaration for the use permit in order for the project to proceed forward. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you. If anybody else would like to speak on this item, please come up and state your name.
Hello, my name's Ken Estes. I've been a citizen, I guess, up here for 30 years, and I really feel a lot of compassion for the man who first spoke, because there are neighbors, and we get this. I've been to a lot of these, and a lot of times the neighbors are upset. And he said he's really not upset about the cannabis, it's the water. And I think if you didn't have an axe to grind, and if you actually work with the people who are doing this, might be able to get a well deeper. Maybe he would help. And so I think this is something that can be worked out. And I'm on disability too. I'm on limited income too. But I actually know these people. They're good people. They've gone through the whole process. And if you've gone through this process, it's difficult. It's time consuming. Every year it seems to change. A lot of people who are small farmers around here who would like to participate and do this, but they find it so overwhelming that they're now back to just growing it for themselves or doing small grows, you know. And if you ever get in a plane and flap above here, you will not believe how many greenhouses and hoop houses. I would like us to get on top of that somehow and not just keep it unregulated. So keeping it unregulated is not a solution. You can actually work with your neighbors and work together and not have an axe to grind and not be mad, because we in the cannabis industry want to work with our neighbors. We want to actually be a part of it, maybe help our neighbors be a part of it. And I think this water thing, if he said the only thing is to do with water, that's solvable. It's a horrible situation, the drought. A lot of people are going through this with water drops, and it's expensive. It's ridiculous. But I do think that these are good people, and they deserve the right, after going through this whole process, to be given this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Please come up and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Lynn Cheesy. Everybody knows me as Sunshine. I live across the street, and I've been there since 1996. First of all, I would like to say that I have to support the project, not just because of the project, but I've been widowed 10 years, and when I met Lauren for the first time, and Amy, and their one son Miles, now they have two, he has been extremely just caring and asking me if there's anything he can do to help me. You know, it's kind of hard. I have 29 acres. It's hard to keep it going and clean the way my husband did. So during the last fire, he was able to get out. I didn't leave. I had 4 dogs. I was packed up, ready to go, but I couldn't leave, so he brought me groceries. He brought me alcohol because it was a hard time. I lost everything in the Valley Fire, so I lived in a trailer for 5 years in an outhouse and got into my house a year ago last March. So I would just like to say, as far as a neighbor, I couldn't ask for a better neighbor. As far as a family person, they're a wonderful family. And as I say, I've been there since 1996, so I don't want to keep going on that. But what I would like to do is address the water situation. As I say, I've been there since 1996. I knew the prior owners of Mr. Pleasure's property. They were Muckies. And they've never had water. Ever. In the whole time that I've ever been there, they literally, and that was one of the stipulations, I think, that made the place hard to sell. So I would just like that to go on record, that as far as having a problem after the project, I have to disagree. When I bought my property, I was really fortunate. I have a really good well. It just happens to be we're on the other side of the street. Everybody on that side of the street, there's Walsh's, and I know Wrights, they don't. And it's just a hit and miss. And when my husband and I came and purchased the property, that was one of the big things that anyone who had been local said, make sure you have water. Just make sure you have water. You can have the most beautiful piece of property and the most gorgeous home, but make sure you have water. So, you know, that was a big, you know, stipulation. But that's pretty much.
Jennifer, I'm so sorry. We've hit our 3-minute time frame.
Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you.
We'll give you a moment. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, my name is Shannon Sanders. I'm a very, very close neighbor, actually right across the street. Appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. I wanted to echo the sentiments of Sunshine. My experience is they've been a very, very good neighbors and very sensitive to our concerns. And I appreciate the fact that they took the time and the effort to do this in a legal and appropriate manner. I know there was a lot of work, and it's been a long time coming. But I think it'd be good for the community, and I know I certainly would reach out to any of the neighbors and do everything I could possibly do to help, including Randy, of course, and I'm a close neighbor of his also. And I am in support of the project, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning.
My name's Fred Friedland, and I grew up with Amy and Lauren. They're amazing people, and I've seen them work their way through the system, and I support this project, and I think they deserve to get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comment? Come on up.
Sunshine has made a small error. The Muckies are the property that this square was on.
Can you please state your first and last name just one more time?
Oh, Randy Pledger.
Thank you.
Okay, but like I said, the Muckies lived on the same property that Lauren bought. I've been on my property since the very late 80s. Anyway, we've always had water. I'd like to bring up one other thing about the drainage. The drainage from the pond. The pond is on my side of the property, and this new road that they put in has dammed it up. And all the rain we had this year is enough to flood my chicken coop. Can you believe that? We've had a 1/4 inch of rain, and I've got water in my chicken coop that I've never had water in before. I'm sorry, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else wishing to speak on this item?
Hi, my name is Amy Soderland. I'm one of the applicants, part of this LLC. First, I want to thank Victor for working through a global pandemic and always being diligent. He always picked up the phone, called me back. And thank you, commissioners, for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of you today. Past the analysis and the reports and everything else we've been asked to do, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to stand here and ask you to grant me, the ability to do what I love in a community that I love. And as far as our neighbors go, Bill and Gail Wright sent in a comment. They are the closest neighbors to the very back. They look down on our cultivation site, and they're the closest to our well, and they are also in support. They couldn't be here today, but they did send a letter on our behalf. I hate speaking in front of people, so I'm going to leave it at that. But just thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you.
My name is Chrome Helwig, and I own JAK Well Drilling. All I can speak to is, other than the applicants being great people to work for, there are 2 wells on the property, and when we were hired, we drilled in the back of the property, far away from the highway, which is different than the front of the property. The front of the property well, from the beginning, was poor quality and would not have supported very much at all, so they opted to drill a well in the back. Initially, the well, when we drilled it, was a great producer. Upon the well test, has been a great producer, and it's 2 very different waters. The front was a shallower well, and that's closer to your well, correct? The front well?
Oh, yeah.
And that's closer to his well. I don't know at this time how they're using that front well, but I know the quality was so poor at one time he had me pull all the equipment. And they were at one time leaning on the well in the back that was drilled with the expectation to use in future agricultural needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any more wishing to speak on this item?
Amy Soderland here. Just to clarify, the well in the front is not being used. The one that is closest to Mr. Pledger's property, the well in the back that is closest to the Wright's property is the one that is being used, that Chrome and Jack's Drilling drilled in 2018.
And is that for domestic and will be used for the commercial use as well?
It will not be used for the house, just for the grow in the back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's nobody else, we're going to close public comment. Bring it back to the Zoom room. Oh, sorry about that. Is anybody in the Zoom room, Jake?
Yes, thank you. We do have one hand raised in the Zoom room. The hand I have raised is from Joe Rogaway. Joe, I've given you permission to unmute. Looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Hi, good morning. My name is Joe Rogaway. I'm an attorney here on behalf of the applicant. I just wanted to clarify that there is no lawsuit currently pending against the applicant or Mr. Goodman. Something was filed by Mr. Pledger, but that was quashed. So I just wanted to specify that issue.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the Zoom room? If there's nobody else in the Zoom room, we're going to close public comment.
Correct. We currently have no more hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the commission for any questions. Any action?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
In the absence of any further commissioner questions or comments, I'm prepared to offer a motion.
Okay.
I've moved that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 19-35 applied for by Oak and Stone LLC on property located at 19303 Butts Canyon Road, Middletown, further described as APN 014-004-10, will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore a mitigated negative declaration shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated June 14, 2021.
I'll second.
Get a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
No.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
No.
Motion so carried.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 19-35 applied for by Oak and Stone LLC on property located at 19303 Butts Canyon Road, Middletown, further described as APN 014-004-10, does meet the requirements of Section 51.4 and Article 27, Section 1, subsection I, IIG, III, of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and the major use permit be granted, subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated June 14, 2021.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
No.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
No.
Motion so carried.
I'd like to note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. Okay, we're going to take up our 9:10 item, public hearing to consider a major use permit, UP 19-20, to consider approval of a commercial cannabis cultivation project on a 23-plus acre property in consideration of adopted mitigated negative declaration, IS 19-35, applicant owner LDM Enterprise LLC, location 7295 Adobe Creek Road, Kelseyville, California, APN 007-021-023. Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to untangle my paper here. This is the first of several cannabis applications that I'm bringing before you today. Application was made in mid-2019, and as you indicated, it was for a type 3 medium outdoor cultivation. Property is 23 acres, it's owned ag. Ag is an appropriate zone for commercial cannabis if it meets all the regulations, criteria, and all the respective adopted plan policies, goals, etc. We had some initial objections to this project, and those should be included within your packet. I believe there were 3 letters that were submitted in opposition to this project, and it mainly pertained to water. I think there was some mention of safety, and I do have those hard copies if needed. Anyway, they should be as attachment number 7 in your packet. So getting back to the project, they have a domestic well. The well is a ag well, produces 30 gallons a minute. It had rapid recharge. We're not aware of any substantial water issues in the area, which seems to be a very big topic at the moment for a lot of the cultivation sites. Applicant is LDM. Property owners are listed on page 2. The well productivity is actually shown on page 12. I did not include a copy of the well report within this packet. However, I did list the rate of outflow of the well. As is the case with any commercial cannabis application, there are 6 required findings that have to be met, and those begin on page 11. That the establishment, maintenance, and operation of the use will not, under the circumstances, be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood. That the site is adequately sized, shape, location, and physical characteristics to accommodate the type of use that is proposed. Number 3, that streets, highways, and pedestrian facilities are reasonably adequate and safely accommodate the proposed specific use. Number 4, that there are adequate public or private services to serve the project site. Number 5, that the project is in compliance with the code, general plan, and the respective area plan, which in this case is the Kelseyville area plan. And finally, that there are no violations on the site, violations of chapters 5, 17, 21, 23, or 26 of the Lake County Code. Article 27 further goes on to say that there are 3 requirements for approval of this type of a use permit. Number 1, the proposed use complies with all development standards as described in section 1.I. Number 2, the applicant is qualified to make the application. And number 3, the application complies with the qualifications for a permit described in the reference section. We did undertake a initial study for this that was submitted to the State Clearinghouse last year, I believe. Actually, that's not true. It was submitted this year. And we received no adverse comments from any of the notified state agencies. Likewise, the notified county agencies did not have objection to this project. The project is not located in a mapped farmland protection area. And based on all the evidence of record, we felt that it met the criteria, standards, and applicable general plan, area plan, and zoning ordinance policies, goals, and standards and criteria, so we are recommending that this permit be approved. So the motions that I have are on page 15, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Eric. Do we have any questions from the commission?
Do you remember if this was the project that was next to a community growth boundary? Or there were some questions by the public on this one? Was this the one?
Lance, could you say that again? It was a little muffled.
Yeah,
Sorry.
was this the project that had questions whether it was near the community growth boundary?
I don't believe so, Commissioner.
That was the first one.
I don't believe that one. I thought it was the Kelseyville one.
It's near the edge of the boundary. If you look on page 4, you see a gray purple shaded area towards the top above the lot. This project is actually more than 1,000 feet from the boundary itself. And because it's not in the mapped community growth boundary, we didn't feel that it was problematic, even though there is some proximity to the Kelseyville border. I do have another one that's has not gone before you yet that is quite a bit closer to a population base. This isn't that one.
Okay, thank you.
questions from the commission?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come up to the podium, state your name. Is there anybody in the Zoom room, Jake?
Yes, we do have a single hand raised from Dale Carnathan. Dale, I've asked you to unmute. All right, looks like you're muted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Good morning. My name is Dale Carnathan. I live on Highland Springs Road on an adjacent parcel. I appreciate the work that the commission has done, and I firmly object to this project for a number of reasons. One of them is the fact that the documents presented today do not reflect the accurate name of the company that is applying for this permit. The proper name, according to the Secretary of State's office, is LDM Operations Incorporated, not LDM Enterprises 2 LLC or LDM 3. So you're proposing to issue a permit to the wrong organization. I find that to be a little bit incongruous. One of my major concerns is also about water. Lake County is in a severe drought with no expectations to come out of that for several months, if then. As we keep on approving these projects that use significant amounts of water for a relatively non-productive use, I think we need to take a second look at those. Specifically, my well is less than 1,000 feet downstream of the well that's being proposed for this project. And I would encourage the commissioners to require that the well data be expanded to include the effects on adjacent properties' wells, who use that for domestic use, not necessarily agricultural use. In the paperwork that Eric has provided to you, there are at least 20 of the neighbors that have objected to this project. And I know of at least 2 or 3 other neighbors that were literally afraid to sign the petitions for fear of retribution. This type of activity is known to bring crime and other unsavory issues into the area, and this is a residential area. Yes, it's zoned ag, but it's primarily residential with families, children, pets, and very limited access. I'm also concerned that there has not been a site visit to that site since 2019. And I can tell you that even if an early activation permit was given to this, there has been a growth activity visible from Google on the property since earlier than 2019.
Good morning, Dale. The allotted 3 minutes for public comment has expired. Please conclude your comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to also ask that the commission look at posting somewhere publicly available the other permits that are required and if they are being maintained. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments in the Zoom room?
No, there are currently no more hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, if there's nobody wishing to speak on this item, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the commission.
Eric, can you confirm that there hasn't been a site visit since 2019?
Not by me, there hasn't.
Well, I do like the fact that this is letter A, and it is a small grow, so I'm not as concerned about the water issue here. I was just looking to see, but when I was looking through it, this well, I thought was a at least a decent producer. So the water issue is not really a concern. Bringing in unsavory as well, it's regulated, so I'd say it would be a lot better. But at this point in time, I want to hear from other commissioners, obviously, and see what their thoughts on this are. And can we move forward? Can we just simply readjust to the correct name, if that is a possibility as well? Is that really substantial?
Is there any way of clarifying whether it is LDM Enterprises or Operations, Inc.?
Probably not at this hearing, but the commission can direct staff to confirm the correct name and to put the correct name into the conditions.
Well, it would be important if there is a motion made to refer to the enterprise properly.
And the legal name with the actual state and what we have going on.
Is that correct, Nicole?
Yes, if you're issuing a permit, if your commission will be approving a permit, it would be essential to know
In the name
the
of?
correct name of the entity that is receiving the permit. I've done a brief search, at least within California's business search, and I have been unable to find either the names of the owners or the applicant LDM Enterprises 2 LLC under the California business name search. That doesn't mean the company doesn't exist. It just means that there isn't an immediate record. There could be a different form of that name under the state records that isn't here. But as it stands as LDM Enterprises 2 LLC, I was unable to find that on a cursory search.
I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Williams, that the nature of the grow is fine, but I do think, and it may sound like a minor point to the applicant, we need to refer to the enterprise correctly in our motion. And if that means simply continuing until our next hearing, I think that's my opinion. It's worth clarifying then.
I would completely support that. Is the applicant here?
Jake, is there anyone in the Zoom room with a hand raised as far as someone that can speak on behalf of the applicant?
No, I don't have a hand raised, or no one has made a comment via chat at this time yet.
Okay, thank you. If we are in a consensus as far as continuing this item till our next hearing to confirm the name of the applicant and the enterprise as far as the legal name, I'm for that motion.
I'm in agreement.
I am too.
As well.
Okay, so as a consensus, do we need to do a roll call vote, Nicole? Or do I need to make a motion to table it till the next hearing?
You would need to someone would need to make a motion to continue the item. Correct.
Okay. And our next scheduled meeting is July 10th. Pretty sure?
It's the 8th.
Thank you.
That's correct, the 8th.
I'm kind of stuck. Do I need to read the actual permit and all of that as well? Or just table the item?
You can move, here, one moment. Do you mean if you model it after the major use permit motions? Are you asking if you need to read all of that there?
Correct, or if we can just continue the item until July 8th.
I think you can just continue the item. I don't think you need to read all of the information.
Thank you. That being said, I will make a motion to continue this agenda item until our next Planning Commission meeting on July 8th, 2021.
I second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Motion so carried.
Okay, we're going to take up our 9:15 item, continuation from Planning Commission meeting, June 10th, 2021. Public hearing to consider appeal of the closure of 2 use permit files, file number UP 18-36 and file number MUP 18-37 for commercial cannabis cultivation on 2 adjacent properties. Owner David Boys, applicant Jonathan Boys. Proposed new applicant is Mitch Hawkins. location 13046 and 13048, State Highway 29, Lower Lake, California, APN 012-056-48 and 012-056-49.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
may. Before we get started, I wanted to straighten out a couple of things from the report. Page 1, summary paragraph 2, there is a list of things that you're being requested to consider today, and that's largely incorrect. You're being asked to consider 2 appeals because they are 2 separate permits, 2 separate properties, and 2 separate uses. So there will be 2 actions here. And you are being asked to consider either to grant the appeal or deny the appeal. And the appeal is of a decision made by staff to close the application. That is all you are being asked to consider. You are not being asked to consider changing applicant names or applicant individuals. You are not being asked to waive fees, which you do not have authority to do. You are only being asked whether or not staff's decision to close the applications was appropriate. If you find that it was, the application moves forward. The application ends there. If you find that it was not, the application would move forward. And that was into processing, and that would be the end of your participation for this appeal.
Thank you for the clarification, Nicole.
And should we support the denial, the applicant could reapply immediately?
In order for an applicant to reapply immediately, you would have to deny the appeal without prejudice. Thank you. And then they would have the option of immediately applying. If they did not, they are not banned forever. If you do not, they are not banned forever. They must wait 6 months and then they can reapply. And generally the standard for denying with prejudice is if you have found a reason for them to have to continue to wait. Usually that involves things that are the applicant's own error or something along those lines where you would not feel it be appropriate for them to immediately reapply. However, that's not the usual denying without, oh good Lord, the phrase.
Prejudice.
Thank you. Thank you. So these will be 2 appeals, 2 separate actions on your part. So you would be considering them separately with their own evidence for each one.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, are we going to be taking public comment for this? Nicole? Will we open this to public comment?
Yes, the comment, if this were the board, we would swear everybody in and they would be giving testimony, but your commission does not have that practice, so it would be comments that would be provided as evidence towards whether or not to approve or deny, and that would be the evidence, that would be part of the full evidence that you would consider in your decision.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Nicole, I have another question. In theory, we could deny the categorical exemption, but still support the appeal, or flip that. I mean, do both motions have to be, a categorical exemption has nothing to do with whether an appeal should be revived or not. I mean, if one were to read the staff report and agree that the categorical exemption was appropriate, that's one thing, but then the other motion on the appeal.
Sorry, please continue.
No.
My understanding of this appeal, and staff can correct me if the application says something differently. My understanding of this appeal is that they are appealing a decision of staff, and that decision was to close the application, which means you would not be making a decision on categorical exemptions. You would
Simply
be,
the second motion then.
simply the second motion, that you would be making a determination on whether or not this should move forward, this application should move forward, or whether or not this application should, in fact, as staff has decided, be closed.
Thank you.
Okay, does anybody wish to make comment on this?
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Please.
if we could be very clear in our records as to which appeal we're addressing at any given time. Perhaps if Eric can introduce the item, and then he can keep them delineated. He can introduce which permit he's actually addressing at this moment, and then we would have comments on that particular appeal.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify, I was unaware that two applications that came in at the same time with the same applicant would have to be appealed separately, and so I accepted one appeal covering two applications. I found out recently that that was not the correct protocol. So appeal number AA 2102 sub A would apply to the major use permit UP 1836. Appeal number AA 21-02 sub B would apply to the minor use permit 18-37. So
Would you say that first part again?
Sure. Appeal number AA 21-02, we would add subsection A.
Right.
That would apply to the major use permit UP 1836. Appeal number AA 21-02 sub B would apply to the minor use permit 18-37.
Thank you.
Okay, if you can please state which appeal you'll be speaking to.
That's a tough one. Basically, I'd like to, if I may, can I make a statement, introduce myself as per both? My name's Mitch Hawkins, and I've been farming this property since 2000. Jonathan Boyce, the deceased, was or is my brother-in-law. David Boyce, the property owner, is my father-in-law.
I'm sorry, sir, can you get closer to the microphone?
I can. How's that? Better? Basically, I like what she had said is that I'm hoping for the opportunity to move forward with the application for the use permit for both of these. So, and I brought Mr. Knoll with me to help me with, I don't know what I don't know, basically. So, like I said, I've been farming this 1,100 acres since 2000, Hawk and Horse Vineyards. I grow organic and biodynamic wine grapes. I'm very familiar with the property, the water, and I believe that Jonathan had assembled all information necessary prior to him being deceased. And there was maybe some minor details that I believe if he was alive, that it seems that the use permit could have went forward prior to his death. So I don't know if that's incomplete of what you're asking me or way too much information, but.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Richard Knoll. I'm a planning consultant from Lakeport, and last week Mitch called me. Actually, I got a call from another consultant who asked me to take a look at this project and try to provide some understanding of where it is at, or where I guess both applications are at in the process. And you know, so I have looked at the background information, the details that have been submitted to the county on both applications, and I understand there's a technicality with respect to both a minor use permit having been submitted and a major use permit, and that your job is to consider the administrative appeal to close these applications. But really what I want to do is give you an assessment of where both of those applications seem to be. In my analysis, both applications are reasonably complete. I think there are a few items that need to be updated, and there's probably additional documentation that needs to be submitted to the county. But in terms of what has been provided to the county on both of these applications, they're fairly complete. And I think what has happened here, and I can go into more detail if there is any question about what has been submitted and where do things stand. But it seems to me that the death that has been referenced, Mr. Boyce, that has played a part in why this application has languished. I understand why staff, wants to look at these old applications and, clear them out, because they've got quite a workload. But this particular application does appear to have some legs, and it's got, it does appear to have been through a fairly rigorous technical background, the production of cultural resources, property management plan, biological plan, well-done site plans, good detail. There's just a lot of good information that has been submitted to the county, and we are hopeful that the Planning Commission will recognize that and support the appeal and allow the project to go forward, and give the applicant a chance to address whatever still needs to be provided and get both applications in front of the Planning Commission for consideration of the use permits.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
If I may, if staff could please speak to, for the record, speak to where the sorry, I'm trying to. If staff could please speak to where the application is at this time and what reasoning there was to close it.
Sure. Well, looking at them individually, UP 18-36 is close to being complete. It's not quite there yet. They have to do a second bio study. Without getting into the merits of the review, we have not done a CEQA analysis on either application yet. It's been probably a year since I've looked at either file. The reason we chose to close these out has everything to do with when they were submitted and the circumstances behind the lack of continuance on both of them. When Takara Thomas was the deputy director, her emphasis was on looking at the applications that were idle and that hadn't been worked on in a long time. These two were the oldest that I had. There were others that were problematic that I brought before the Planning Commission, I believe on June 10th. Two I brought in for denial, and Planning Commission agreed that they should be denied. This is different. These applications, like Mr. Knoll had indicated, are pretty good. They're pretty good. And the only issue I had with them had to do with the fact that nobody was actively looking into them on the applicant's behalf. Well, the applicant had deceased. That was a lot of it. Mr. Hawkins came into the picture, I want to say about 2 or 3 months ago, has not actively followed up or pursued either application other than to indicate through a letter, certified letter from the property owner, that the property owner gave consent for Mr. Hawkins to act in behalf of the property. So we do have a process where an applicant can change names on applications. I don't have a strong position on whether to continue allowing Mr. Hawkins to review the project, to represent the projects. This is a very soft denial recommendation on my part, just so you know that. And the reason for that is because we have an interested applicant. The property owner is supportive of it changing hands, and the material that we've received is probably of a better quality than many, if not most, applications that I've seen. So the reason for the recommendation of denial has everything to do with thinning out the old applications that had been idle.
Thank you. Thanks, Eric. Do you have any comments from the commission?
Well, I would like to see this new applicant take over this, and so to try to figure out how we can make this happen, whether it's appeal -B or -A, but I really would like to see if we can figure out a way just to make sure he can take over. Obviously, the circumstances have been explained. I understand the timing of that. It can take years to get through this when there is someone who passes away. I do understand there is a backlog, but I think you've stated it very well, Eric. So I really want someone to take this project on. I've seen many projects in other counties and other states take 5 to 10 years, and they go through multiple people as they go through. But I don't think there should be any time limit, obviously, when there's a death in the family. I don't think anyone here really feels that way.
Well, to speak to your point, Commissioner, if the commission by majority feels the same way you do, then you would end up denying appeals number 21-2A and 21-2B. That would enable the applicant, the new applicant, to submit a name change application, and they would assume control of the review process.
Great, thank you.
I support overriding the denial for reasons similar to what Commissioner Williams had said. And my understanding is the death of Mr. Boyes was rather sudden and can throw a family into disarray. I'm very sympathetic to that. And I would be prepared to offer 2 motions to override the denial here today. I think it's in the best interest of everyone, based on Eric's comments today, that the projects simply move forward.
I'm in agreement with you, Commissioner Hess, as well.
Any other comment?
No comment.
Okay, so the only concern I guess I have is I do support my colleague's recommendation, but you didn't provide specific evidence to subsection A or subsection B in terms of what needs to be done. Understanding that Eric said this is a soft request, I'm taking that into consideration as well. And so I would like to know in terms of how far along, how much more work, how soon is the work going to take place, if we decide to entertain a motion to allow you to continue.
Can I address that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please do.
What needs to occur, assuming the appeals get denied, both of them, is we would need to reevaluate the condition of each of the 2 applications and make a determination of how incomplete they really are. I'm pretty sure they're both fairly close to being complete. The main items that I'm fairly certain need to be updated are a second bio survey. We'll need one for each property, and the properties are back to back. They're right next to one another, so it wouldn't be that difficult for a biologist to go out to the site, do a second bio survey now that we're in the growing season, to see if there's any sensitive plants or animals on the properties. I want to reassess the water. We would probably request a new well report. I think there are 2 wells, but I can't say for certainty. I would want to see that the recharge rate, the gallonage output is similar to what had been given to us in 2018. I think there's some changes to the water tables in certain areas, and I want to make sure that nothing has happened to slow down the flow of water in this location. You know, to the best of our ability, we've got to make sure the aquifer can withstand the cultivation sites. And I guess to conclude it, I would need to do a fairly thorough reassessment of where these files are. having looked at them before, my recollection is that they're pretty strong. So, you know, the amount of time needed is probably fairly minimal, given my recollection of each application.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Eric. I think that's a reasonable listing. That was actually fairly consistent with what I saw in terms of documentation. And there may be items that I have yet to see, but I think we're talking about a few months, particularly if we need to do a floristic level biological report. We may have to actually wait until next spring. I don't know if that, according to the Fish and Wildlife protocol, those reports are supposed to be done during the spring and late or early summer. So that may be a determining factor as to when we're, you know, able to get those done and in. But again, I think things are reasonably complete, but I would agree with Eric. There needs to be an evaluation, and we need to work with staff to make sure we get them and you what you need in terms of being able to make a decision on the applications.
Mr. Knoll, would you just state your name for the record once more?
I'm sorry, Richard Knoll.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments from the commission?
No.
If there's none, Jake, did we have anybody in the Zoom room who wanted to comment?
We currently do not have any hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, seeing no hands.
Mr. Chair, Richard Knoll again. Just a point of order regarding the actions. Reference has been made to denial of the appeal. Wouldn't it be, if you allow us to go forward, wouldn't it be approval of the appeal?
And I have that same question. I was looking at that wording. How does
Yes.
that?
The motion is written to deny the appeal, which was staff's recommendation. If you if you feel as a commission that staff's decision to close the file was not the correct decision, or then you would be granting the appeal, because the appeal is asking you not to do what staff is recommending.
So the language in the motion would be to not be denied without prejudice. You just need to insert the word
No,
not.
just delete everything from denied to the end of that sentence and read, and 49 be granted.
Be granted.
Correct.
Thank you.
But you would read it for each of the permits.
Okay, public comments closed. Bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion, or two. I move that the Planning Commission find that the Administrative Appeal AA 21-02 sub A, filed by Mitch Hawkins in behalf of the property listed below, and in order to restart use permit UP 1836, applied for by Diamond 1 and Diamond 2 LLC on property located at 13046 and 13048 South Highway 29 Lower Lake, and further described as APN 012-056-48, not be granted, subject to the findings listed in...
Sorry, be granted.
Sorry, thank you. I still had not written in there. Be granted, subject to the findings listed in the staff report dated June 24, 2021.
We have a second.
Did someone second?
Yes, he seconded it. I'll second it as well.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion so carried.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I move that the Planning Commission find that the Administrative Appeal AA 21-02 Sub B filed by Mitch Hawkins on behalf of the property listed below, and in order to restart use permit MUP 18-39, applied for by Diamond 1 and Diamond 2 LLC on property located at 13046 and 13048 South Highway 29 Lower Lake, and further described as APN 012-056-48, be granted.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
motion so carried.
Okay, I'd like to note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission's decision, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Planning Commission's final determination.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take up our 9:20 a.m. item, public hearing to consider approval of use permit UP 20-45. Applicant owner, Blue Lake Organics, LLC, Jose and Alma Franco, located 10680 and 10717 Chute Road, Upper Lake, California, on property consisting of 41 plus acres, APN 003-001-21 and 003-002-11.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Got a lot of last-minute comments in on this one. Two of the neighbors who are objecting to this proposal have hired attorneys who have given us photos and letters that I'll hand out after I do my staff report on the item. Project is located at 10717 Chute Road, Upper Lake. There were some concerns about the project raised by the if I can pronounce it, Upper Lake Habimatal tribe. And so I had the applicant, Jose Franco, meet with the tribe, and they entered into a written agreement late last week. And so the tribal concerns that had been present no longer are. The tribe is satisfied that they'll have a tribal monitor on site for any site disturbance that occurs as a result of this permit. Proposed is a two-phase development. Yes, two-phase development, initially starting with 20,000 square feet, which is what was approved with early activation. That would expand within 1 year to the full 40,000 square feet of cultivation area that would be allowed. Applicants applied for an A-type 3 medium outdoor license and an A-type 13 self-distribution license. The property itself is large enough to support this use. It's 46 acres combined. Technically, they could probably double their canopy area, but they've chosen to keep it within 40,000 square feet. The property is zoned RL rural lands. It's not in a floodplain. Actually, it's in an indeterminate area regarding flooding, and so nothing is mapped regarding that property as far as it being in a floodplain. It's in a high fire area. Indicated the size. Properties around it are primarily RL zoned. It's somewhat near the Mendocino border, Mendocino County border. There are no populated areas that are nearby. It's not in a mapped farmland area. And so staff looked at compliance with the general plan, the Upper Lake Nice area plan, and the respective chapters of the zoning ordinance to make sure that this proposal complied with all the standards, criteria, goals, and policies that we have to look at. And so we made some findings that it complies with economic development and land use in the general plan, economic development and air quality in the Upper Lake Nice area plan, and then compliance with primarily Articles 27 and 51 of the zoning ordinance, specifically the approval criteria within 51.4 and within Chapter 27, subsection AT of the zoning ordinance. So the environmental review, we did a mitigated negative declaration, and I've referred to it within the document. There are certain mitigation measures that pertain to air quality, cultural, geological, and tribal resources, and noise that we've added as a result of the environmental review. In terms of compliance with the approval criteria, we found that the approval criteria for a major use permit found in Article 51, subsection 4, can be met with mitigation measures, specifically that the establishment, maintenance, operation of the use will not, under the circumstances of the particular case, be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood. The site is adequate in size, shape, location, and physical characteristics to accommodate the type of use and the level of development proposed. Streets, highways, pedestrian facilities are reasonably adequate to safely accommodate the use. Number 4, that there is adequate public or private services available to the site. Number 5, that the project is in conformance with applicable provisions and policies of this code. And finally, number 6, that no violations of chapters 5, 17, 21, 23, or 26 exist on the property. Further, we found that the approval criteria found in Article 27, subsection AT apply, that the proposed use complies with all development standards described in Section 1I, that the applicant is qualified to make the application, the applicant has passed live scan, so they are qualified to make this application. And then finally, the application complies with the qualifications for a permit described in Section 1.II sub I. Consequently, we're recommending that the Planning Commission adopt mitigated negative declaration IS 20-56, and that the Planning Commission approve the use permit file number UP 20-45 with the findings included within the staff report. And with that, I need to pass out the green sheet items that we received at the last minute.
Correspondence posted in Granicus?
No, it just came in this morning.
Okay, you might want to paraphrase that for the public record.
Okay, I thought I kept a copy of the green sheets. Do we happen to have any extras? Yeah, this came in so late that it wasn't able to be posted in Granicus, so for the record, I'm going to go ahead and read what we received. First letter is from Brooke P. Halsey, attorney, based out of Tiburon, California. Letter dated June 23rd, 2021. Attention Lake County Planning Commission, attention Eric Porter, regarding Chewett Road, Blue Lakes, California. The attorney says, Dear Mr. Porter, since we last spoken in my letter of representation in May, the situation regarding this project has changed. On June 19th, 2021, a fire started on the applicant's property. CAL FIRE PRA records request has been submitted for the incident and the cause of the fire. The fire could have burned down the surrounding houses. Two reasons why it may or may not have the quick response of CAL FIRE, and the fact that this was one of the few days in the last several weeks that there was negligible wind. My client went to the applicant's home and banged on the front door to tell them their property was on fire. At this point, the fire was close to the home as well. If not for the action of CAL FIRE attacking the fire from the air and on the ground, the entire Chewett neighborhood would have been lost. This just underscores the neighbors' concern for the project. Concerns relate to the extreme drought and extreme fire danger in this neighborhood and their proposed use of 2 million gallons of water. This amount of water can potentially impact wells above and below the proposed grow. It is unknown what the water table will do as we get into August, September, and October. Second page, we believe a hydrology report should be done and mitigation measures in place for that kind of water usage, which we are opposed during this time of extreme drought and fire danger. Please do not allow the project to go forward in this sensitive area without further study. To do so after escaping what could have been a tragedy last weekend would be reckless and endanger lives and property. My client, who borders their property on the north side, has installed a rooftop water fire suppression system. This was activated from the fire as hot ash was falling on the roof. The surrounding neighbors are considering rooftop fire suppression systems, and that will further affect the water table. The neighbors are asking that this project be denied at this time until further studies are done and that Lake County take action to protect them from this danger in the future. Signed, Brooke P. Halsey, Jr., attorney for Karen Moorer. The second batch of green sheets that we received are photos. I am not sure where these came from, but they are of record. First photo shows a helicopter dumping water on the property. Second photo shows an airplane, presumably for fire suppression during the fire of June 19th. And the third photo shows a house with smoke behind it. My assumption is this came from the same attorney that provided the first letter that I read, Brooke Halsey, but that's only an assumption on my part, and I'll find the source of the submittal and identify them. And then finally, we have a letter from Desmond, Nolan, LaVage, and Cunningham, attorneys at law. It's entitled Objections to Blue Lake Organics Major Use Permit UP 20-45 and Adoption of Mitigated Negative Declaration to CEQA IS 20-56. Dear Planning Commissioners, we represent Ray Hoffman Properties, who owns and operates Le Trianon Resort, where families have vacationed for more than 100 years to enjoy the many benefits of Blue Lake, one of the few natural spring-fed lakes in California. The resort provides many opportunities for families to enjoy the natural beauty and serenity of this, around the lake, including amenities for extended stays and day trips. It is also a significant generator of economic vitality in the area. La Trianon is located less than a mile and a 3-minute drive from Blue Lake's proposed sites for its commercial cannabis operation but it appears to have been wholly excluded from staff analysis and making approval recommendations to the Commission. Mr. Hoffman has several concerns that the Commission should address prior to considering approval sought by Blue Lakes Organics. It says Blue Lake, but it's actually lakes plural. We object to the adoption of mitigated negative declaration and granting a major use permit for Blue Lakes commercial cannabis cultivation and self-distribution license on the following grounds. First objection, the proposed commercial cannabis cultivation operation will be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare of the neighbors in the area, including the family-focused operations of Lake Trianon Resort, and the proposed use will not conform with the Nice area plan. Goes on to say the staff report proposes finding that the Blue Lakes operations will not be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood, but this conclusion is unsupported. Rather than offering an in-depth analysis, staff appear to have relied primarily on the designation of the immediately adjacent parcels and general surrounding area as rural lands. The report notes that the closest home to the proposed cultivation site is 206 feet away, barely compliant with the 200-foot setback requirement, and that several homes are at least 800 feet away, but it does not mention that the closest property line is only 150 feet away. Greatest concern of Mr. Hoffman is the fact the report does not discuss the presence of family recreational facilities nearby. In fact, it appears the impacts of Blue Lake's proposed operations will have on Lake Trianon Resort have not been considered as part of staff's environmental review process. Further, while staff report recognizes the need for proposed use to conform with the Upper Lake Nice area plan, it does not include the analysis of the plan beyond noting that the cannabis cultivation would be located within the boundaries of the plan, which does not provide for cannabis cultivation as a means of economic development, and that its employment of 5 to 10 employees would be economically beneficial. Staff report indicates that Blue Lake may need the approval of undefined property owners, but this is not discussed further, and no applicable ordinance is cited to provide clarification. Number two, the initial study does not adequately address the impacts of the use on existing runoff and flooding issues for the site or neighboring properties, or the air quality issues caused by cannabis cultivation, particularly during harvest, and the impact noxious smells will have on Lake Trianon Resort and other residents in the area. Discussion. At the outset, the initial study does not identify land use and planning as environmental factors potentially affected. Despite these factors' clear implications discussed above and noted in the staff report. As a result, there has been a total lack of review of the compatibility of commercial cannabis cultivation operation a stone's throw from a long-standing family resort. This is a glaring deficiency with the initial study that standing alone would preclude approval of the mitigated negative declaration. Further, analysis of wastewater runoff and possible flooding is unacceptably limited in the initial study. Staff concluded that because the area is generally flat, where the cultivation is proposed and cannabis will be cultivated in raised planters, runoff and wastewater issues may improve, but this conclusion is unsupported. There is no discussion in the study of existing flooding issues on the project site or on neighboring parcels. Then it references initial study, pages 19, 20, and 27. Additional explanation of these issues and possible mitigation measures are warranted given the grade of the land, because flooding is common in the area and because the study itself notes that rapid runoff is common as well. Staff report also dismisses serious air quality concerns posed by commercial cannabis cultivation. The initial study and staff report note that the air quality is an issue, but only defined mitigation measure proposed is planting non-cannabis fragrant plants along the perimeter of the cultivation sites. There is no consideration of odor drift, particularly as the cannabis blooms and during harvest. Depending on the cannabis strains and actual number of plants, Blue Lake intends to cultivate, noxious odor may be detected by people upwards of a mile away. Yet identified mitigation measures do not include any kind of filter system or even define what types of plants that would be adequately reduce the impact of the cultivation odors. Discussion of proposed mitigation are woefully inadequate for the commercial cannabis operation that will likely consist of tens of thousands of plants. These issues must be addressed in greater depth before the Planning Commission may reasonably consider approving the mitigated negative declaration or major use permit. Last item, number 3, Blue Lake's proposed security plan does not adequately address the site's impact on the safety of the neighborhood. Discussion. Lastly, the proposed security plan is limited to a 6-foot perimeter fence with privacy mesh, 16 cameras, and lighting. There are no plans for on-site security personnel, and the operation will have at most 10 employees when it expands. Further, there is no plan to top the simple chain link fence with barbed wire or similar material to guard against intruders. The limitations of the security plan are concerning given the high value nature of the cannabis crops and Blue Lake's intent to self-distribute, which includes on-site processing coupled with the closeness and visibility of the cultivation site from Schuett Road. Cannabis cultivated outdoors can grow to a height in excess of 10 feet, easily visible over a 6-foot tall fence. Blue Lake's proposed security plan calls for a majority of motion sensing cameras and lighting to be placed at the corners and entrances of the cultivation sites, with the remaining cameras to be placed at the surveillance and storage sheds. The significant blind spots, absence of live security, and limited personnel, only 3 planned with the start of cultivation operation, present an attractive target that is visible from Schuett Road, just off of Highway 20. Neither Blue Lake nor planning staff have recognized that given due consideration to the risk it poses to the neighboring owners, given the hundreds of guests that are present at La Trianon during its time of busy operations, among them are families with children, such risk is unacceptable. Conclusion. Based on the foregoing, we respectfully request that the Commission reject the proposed mitigated negative declaration and deny the proposed major use permit sought by Blue Lake Organics until such time the concerns outlined have been adequately addressed. Signed, Benjamin C. Taggart, attorney.
Thank you, Eric. Do you have any questions for Eric?
I don't have any questions.
Not at this time.
I guess the only question I have is the proximity to the Trianon Resort and how that affects an application, since in order to have a commercial cannabis cultivation, you have to be at a certain distance from a, what do they call it, area of public access or vacation stuff and off-roading. I don't know what the term for that is called. But this project is, does it meet the requirement, that it pass the requirement of being close to an area like that?
Well, there are several triggers that are red flags to staff. We have mapping programs that have different layers on them. One layer shows zoning. When something is zoned public lands, it's zoned O for open space. The resort that they're referring to is almost certainly zoned RL, so we would have no way of knowing that there was even a resort there based only on zoning. Now, whether they're in the notification area or not, I don't know. I think they're more than 1,000 feet away from the notification area boundary, but I haven't confirmed that. And so if La Trianon received a notification, they're closer than 1,000 feet to the cultivation, well, to the property. Not necessarily to the cultivation site, but possibly to the property. So separation distance is something that I can't answer regarding the resort. I truly don't know where that resort is located and what the separation distance is from the proposed cultivation sites. I can find out, and I would have to bring it back to you, but It's not mapped as being an exclusion area that would cause red flag warnings to staff. And so, you know, whether it's within that 1,000-foot required setback or not, I'd have to look further into it. I only became aware of the presence of the resort with this letter, by the way. So
I'm on GIS, and it appears to be from the closest property line of that property to the edge of the resort to be about 2,600 feet. And
So
that's
the
just an
required-
approximation.
the required setback is 1,000 feet. And that's from the cultivation area. That's not from property line.
Okay.
So the cultivation area would be measured at the, wherever the resort's located, from the leading edge of the cultivation area to the actual resort use. I'd have to reread the ordinance, see if it's to the property line of the resort or if it's to the actual structures within the resort. I think it's to the property line.
Yeah, I think it's property line.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if it's over 1,000 feet, they technically meet the setback.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions for Eric?
Eric, because this was a late entry by two law firms, did you want more time to go over this? Currently, they've made some statements. I'm pretty sure I know where the area of this grow is being proposed as you're going up the hill, leaving the county. And so if it's a resort that's on the lake, I don't see that they're, anywhere in that area. I don't see the issue there. I've been very I've really kind of said I would need to see 7 gallons per minute. I see the water there. I've talked to some folks recently who have just had their walkthroughs this year, and they're required to actually have more fire suppression tanks or valves. So I definitely see the fear in the fire, but I also see that this would actually make it safer there. We've seen some photos of some, airplanes and fire, but I don't see how that really has any, it's not going to affect my decision. So I guess my question to you is, do you need more time on this? Is there anything that stands out? But currently, the way I see it is that if it is a resort that is on the flat land, I really see that it is far away from them. I've seen some other cannabis grows, in that area that are just right on the road, whether it's the Mendocino one, I believe there's some other ones close by. So do you need more time to look at this?
Well, I think the likelihood of an appeal on this is quite high. And so I don't think it really matters if we continue it for 2 weeks or 2 months. There are 4 issues raised by the attorneys. They raised the fire, which we have nothing specific in our code addressing fire suppression with regards to cannabis cultivation. Cannabis in and of itself presents somewhat of a fire break. They have to clear the land in order to set up the pots, which are usually above ground pots. Granted, it's not a huge area, especially with some of these properties being as large as they are, but even a 1-acre fire break may be beneficial to the surrounding area. So I guess I could counter the argument that they make in terms of having a high fire risk as being, well, sure, if you clear brush with heavy machinery is how this one started, there's the likelihood a spark will ignite a fire. However, clearing the brush actually helps reduce the potential for fire. So, in my opinion, that argument could be made on either side. So, regarding the on-site water used for fire suppression, I don't recall what their gallonage storage is, but I do recall seeing that they were going to put in a 5,000-gallon tank, which I'm almost certain is for fire suppression. So that could be one consideration to help to either assure that they have a 5,000-gallon tank proposed, and if they don't, to make them put one in just for fire suppression. That will help.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Eric, could you please provide for the record the information on how you know the cause of the fire, who you received that information from?
Sure. I talked to Captain Mike Ciancio, I believe he spells it Ciancio, who's the fire chief for the North Shore Fire District. I talked to him yesterday afternoon after I realized that there had been a fire last weekend, because I realized that it may come up as a discussion point for today's hearing.
Thank you. Also, is it known that from the cultivation site, is it visible from the resort, the Trinon? Like, do you know, like any type of, I would just hate to be able to, if someone was visiting the resort and have that in their visual, that's what I'm just asking, do we know if it's close by?
If it's a half mile away, it's very unlikely that it's visible, but I can't answer that.
Okay.
I'd have to go to the resort property itself and then look at the cultivation site.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, I doubt they have mature plants. They were early activated. Takara Thomas granted early activation 2 months ago for this property, but I don't think 2 months is long enough for the plants to mature.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm no expert either, so I might be wrong about that.
Okay.
The other issues raised by the attorneys had to do with safety of the neighborhood. The commission knows that all the employees that are hands-on have to pass live scan. We have no requirements in the code for armed guards being on site at cultivation sites. Some neighbors might find armed guards on site being a little disturbing, but you know, that's just my opinion. Anyway, they provided adequate security. They have 16 cameras they're proposing, 6-foot tall fence. We do not require razor wire or barbed wire to be on top of the screening fence, but we do require that it be screened. And so they have to provide some screening for the cannabis cultivation activity, which they proposed. I don't remember what the other two issues were. Odor. Odor is hard to mitigate for outdoor cultivations, and the only thing that I know to do is to recommend that fragrant plants be planted around the perimeters of outdoor cultivations that are reasonably close to houses. And anytime a house has been within 1,000 feet of, and this is not in the code, 1,000 feet of an outdoor cultivation area, an off-site house, I mean, not on-site, I've recommended that fragrance be planted around the outdoor cultivation site. I've recommended that that occur here also. It doesn't solve the odor issue, but it helps. And so I don't know of any way that odor from outdoor cultivation can be completely mitigated. I know certain strains produce more odors than others, but I couldn't tell you which produce what. And there was a fourth item raised by the attorneys, and I don't remember what it was now.
Have we done public comment on this yet?
Proximity to the resort. According to Commissioner Chavez, the resort is about 2,500 feet away from the edge of the cultivation site, give or take. I was unaware of the resort until yesterday, so I really can't speak to the proximity of the resort in any meaningful way. Security plan we've touched on. Runoff and flooding. I did look at the site plans that were provided. They did not submit an engineered erosion control plan. However, the plans that we received were done by a design professional, appeared to be adequate, and they do contain some mitigation measures for runoff. However, they were not engineered, just so you know that. So, you know, if there's any kind of a deficiency regarding runoff, it may be the lack of engineered erosion control plans. However, the way the code's worded, doesn't require engineered plans. It requires a design professional provide the plans. And so we have some discretion in terms of who qualifies as a design professional. I found the plans to be adequate, so I didn't have an issue with them.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more questions for Eric? If not, we'll open public comment. Okay, we're going to open public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come up to the podium and state your name.
Good morning.
My name is Jose Franco. I'm the applicant on this project. So first, I want to touch on the accident we had on...
Can you state your name, please, sir?
Jose Franco. I'm the applicant on this project. First, I want to touch on the fire we had last Saturday, 19th of June. After the CAL FIRE police investigated the fire, he came to the conclusion that it was caused by a burn pile that we burned April 31st, which was the last day of burn season. That an amber that was still there ignited the fire when it was 110 degrees that Saturday. And I have a copy of his business card in case anybody needs to get a hold of him. I want to touch on that first. And then also highlight, we've been on Shooty Road since 2010. That's when we first bought the place. And we're a small community there, small neighborhood. We definitely don't want to cause any negative impact on anybody around our properties. I've talked to my neighbors, and let them know, hey, we're here with you guys. We definitely don't want to cause any negative issues for you guys. If we can help, let us know, and we're definitely willing to help. Last year, 2020, we had a well performance test done on our wells. We have 2 wells. One was at 15.5 gallons per minute, 110 feet deep. That well is capable of producing 8,146,800 gallons of water annually. Our projected annual use is 10 to 12% of our well's production capacity, so it's not nearly, using it to its capacity. Our second well is producing 5,256 gallons of water annually. That's not currently being used at the moment for our production. Also, another thing that I want to say is when we first moved there to that area, we weren't the first grow going on there. The whole vicinity, there's grows all over the place. And now that we're trying to do things legally and follow all the ordinance and everything, like we get attacked for water issues, but then everybody else who's still under the shadows doing it, they're fine. They can still keep doing what they're doing just because they didn't come out and say, hey, we're using this much water. Who knows how much water they're using? Another thing that I want to say is last year we were early activated for our 20,000 square feet grow, and no neighbor had issues with water. Nobody said, oh, our well dried up or was worried about fires, So it's just it's a shame, and it just kind of sucks, excuse my language, because now that we're trying to do something legal and be open about it, we're getting attacked by everyone. But if we would have remained in the shadows, we'd probably still be fine. So that's kind of where I'm at, and thank you guys for letting me speak and for considering approving my project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have anybody else in the room wish to speak on this item? If not, do we have any hands in the Zoom room, Jake?
Yes, we do have some hands raised in the Zoom room. The first hand I have up is from Benjamin Taggart. I've given you permission to speak. It looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Good morning. Yes, my name is Ben Taggart, attorney for Ray Hoffman Properties, appearing today to oppose the permit and the mitigated negative declaration for the reasons outlined in our letter, which was read into the record just a short time. I just wanted to clarify a couple points that we raised in our letter. And the first being the use and the conformity of the use. And as it was mentioned by staff, this operation is planned to be expanded and to double in size over the course of the next year. And that is going to, that is not in conformity with the use that's at least listed in the area, which is rural lands, and the existing uses in the area are restricted to residential and a family recreational facility that's been there for more than 100 years. Services 800 to 900 people at a time and allows for camping and lake use, and is going to be directly impacted being downhill from this facility with the other items that we raised in our letter. So moving on to just clarify the runoff point And this note by staff that this is a generally flat area. If you look at the county parcel viewer and show the mapping of the area, it is hilly. And downhill in the flatland area is Lake Trianon Resort. And there are no plans to alter or mitigate the existing runoff and flooding issues that exist in that area. They haven't been considered adequately in the initial study, and it bears additional investigation before we can even consider a mitigated negative declaration, much less the permit approval, and knowing full well that the applicant intends to expand their operation. And the second point being odor. You have thousands of plants already active. Well, there's a question about the maturity level of the plants, but there's no discussion on the density that's planned for these plantings. So we don't actually know how big the cultivation operation is going to be right now or after it doubles. And that odor drift can be a serious concern. It's the reason that many counties will require or at least prefer indoor grows, because you cannot mitigate the smell adequately. And undefined fragrant plants that may or may not bloom in time with the cannabis itself is simply not a mitigation measure in any real sense. And just lastly, to circle back on the security plan issue, well, we do appreciate that there's been some security and offered up by the applicant, and they do intend to at least put up this mesh fencing. The mesh fencing is not tall enough. And these marijuana plants outside in open air conditions can grow up 10 to 12 feet tall. That's substantially higher than the fence that's proposed and planned on being installed on all the cultivation sites across the property. And it would at least be visible from Shore
Good morning, Ben. The allotted 3-minute time for public speaking has expired. Could you conclude your comments, please?
Yes. So on the visibility, the key point is that this is a target. We're not necessarily concerned about the employees that they may have on background checks, but it is a target for criminal activity, high value, that's right off Highway 20. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the Zoom room, Jake?
I had one question for the gentleman who was just on there. If I were to drive out there and I go to that resort, am I going to be able to look up the hill and see that? I thought the way I'm visualizing it is the resort is blocked by trees, so there's no visual. Could you help me out on that?
Given the distance and the trees in the area, visibility from the resort is less of a concern than visibility from the road itself for passersby and for people who may be accessing from the north of Highway 20, getting onto into the resort area. But on the resort itself, because it's, as was pointed out earlier, about 2,500 feet away from the cultivation sites is the odor, and the intrusion of the odor that's about a half mile away and well within odor drift radius for planting of this size.
Thank you.
We'll come back to you. We'll answer take any more questions or comments from the public in the Zoom room.
Yes, the next hand we have up is from Road Run. I do not see a mic on that person. I'm gonna go to the next name here. Road Run, if you have a microphone, please connect to the audio in Zoom, and I will come to you next. Actually not seeing. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I hit the wrong button. Road Run, I have given you permission to speak and asked you to unmute. All right, looks like you're muted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Karen Maurer, Maurer. I'm the landowner directly north of the proposed grow, and I have several issues. Probably the biggest has to do with water. You know, they have a 15 gallon per minute well, and they're proposing a 2 million gallon use for their grow. You know, this is an unusual year. You know, this is an extreme drought year. And I don't believe that has been taken into diminish typically in late summer. On this letter that my attorney, Brooke Halsey, sent in, there's myself and 3 other surrounding landowners that would like to see further studies done in terms of water use. The people that we bought this house from on Shooty Road, they used to take water from the neighbor's well. And I don't know what the reason was, but that's what they used to do, which kind of leads me to believe that there wasn't enough water here for them to use whatever they were doing with the water. Okay, in terms of safety, I've recently installed a water suppression fire system on my house. I had to turn it on because the hot ash from that fire was landing on my roof. Okay, this house is the only thing I have left. I have to protect it in any which way, shape, or form that I can. Okay, which is installing this suppression system, possibly installing another water tank, and getting the generator. The other issues that I have, and I ordered to start from equipment use because it sounded like there was 2 different things there, and PRA request through CAL FIRE regarding this fire, just so I know for sure and not having people say, okay. The other issue is security. Last summer, I have 3 grows on. I don't grow, but I have 3 grows that surround me. Last summer, the grow to the west had gunshots at 9 o'clock at night. The grow further to the west of them, they were out with their guns, running around with lights. Okay, the fences get knocked down from people climbing over them. Fences go up, people climb over the fences. You can see where they do this. You know, I've had people park on this road, which is a public deeded road, and I've gone out there tonight, look at their vehicles, and they're empty, and they're above me, so they've been parked between myself and the applicant's property. Okay, and this has happened at night. Sometimes I've gone out there, the cars were empty. Sometimes the cars have people in them.
Good morning, Karen.
So,
unfortunately, the 3-minute timeline allotted has expired. Could you please conclude your comment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the health issue is I have asthma. Currently, I'm on prednisone, my 3rd round of prednisone for my asthma. And odors are the biggest thing that affect my asthma, whether it's smoke, whether it's gasoline fumes, whether it's marijuana, the smell of marijuana. So I do have some issues, but the biggest thing again is there's no guarantee that his well can maintain. Well is approximately 100 yards directly below his.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other hands in the Zoom room, Jake?
Yes, we have one more hand raised in the Zoom room. I have Brooke Halsey here. I've given you permission to speak. Looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Good morning. Yes, it's Brooke Halsey. I'm an attorney down here in Marin County. I'd like to draw your attention to what I've heard this morning, some of the discrepancies. First off, the area in which this is planned for is not designated agriculture. It's designated, it's not near farmland. It's designated rural. And it's also designated high fire danger area, which my letter addresses from last weekend. Now, we've just heard two sources, and this confirms why we need to get that fire report before we can go forward on this. Mr. Porter stated that he had spoken with the captain and that it was reported that it was brush clearing that started it. Now, Mr. Franco has given us another cause and talked to another person. We don't know if that's the same person or not. I think it would not only be remiss, but reckless to go forward without knowing all the facts of that fire, how it happened, what burned, and what was going on in this high fire area. With this, part and parcel is the fact that he was correct with, it is a small community. These folks bought their homes on this road and are not in an agricultural area. They would be on no notice that it would sometime turn into an agricultural area. And it just doesn't seem due process here to have that taken away from them. Self-distribution, again, you're going to have high traffic on a residential road between the houses. Mr. Porter had gone on at first to say there were a number of red flags which made me very uneasy. He later went out to give his opinion about certain things, but I still don't have clear answers to a lot of my questions. And I'd like to close with one thing that Mr. Franco brought up that I think really needs to be addressed here. He concluded with his statement about grows in the area working in the shadows, and he said, if this isn't granted, we should have remained in the shadows. Well, that states pretty clearly that he's been illegally growing in the shadows and came out to get a permit, maybe to get the size, but it doesn't sit well with me, and it doesn't sit well with me at all about the comments I just heard from my client, and it shouldn't sit well with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand in the Zoom room, Jake.
It looks like that is the last hand in the Zoom room.
Okay. Mr. Franco, do you want to come back up?
Jose Franco. So I wanted to touch on the security measures that we're taking. So we took all the requirements from the ordinance and met all those requirements for our security measures. And we're a small family farmed business. You know, it's just me, my brother, and my father. So we don't have any people we don't know around, and I mean, it's just us. The second thing is that you can't see our girls from Shooty Road, yet alone from Highway 20 or down even below, further down the hill to the Trinity Resort. So that's just another thing I wanted to point out. And the fire captain who investigated the fire and told us what caused it, his name is Gary Boldai, and his office is in 2210 West College Avenue, Santa Rosa, and his office number is 707-576-2628. In case anybody wants to reach out, and I can leave this to you guys if you guys need it or want it. Thank you. Oh, and something else about the shadows. I mean, we've all been growing through Prop 64, you know, years and years before this. I didn't mean shadows because I'm doing it illegally. I mean, we've always been following county ordinance and all that kind of stuff. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the commission.
I just had one comment from, to address what Brooke had said from Marin County, that this is rural lands, and I think a lot of counties, when you look at different counties, you see an R, rural. In our county, RR, rural residential, is something that would be considered residential. Rural lands is one of the ag zones that, you know, originally in 2015, 16, when we were looking at this, you know, this is one of the spots to go to. So, and you can have vineyards on rural lands. You can have pears. So I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes people come in from out of the county, they get a lawyer and they say, okay, hey, let's look at this really quick. So I just want to say rural lands is one of the ag lands. And so I don't think that's an issue right now for myself. Again, water is not an issue at this point in time. But again, obviously, now kind of seeing that that resort is out of sight, the only thing I would only want to question is just to kind of look and do a site visit myself, just to confirm this. But by learning that it does not seem like it is there, I could still vote on this. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there, and so make sure my opinions are known.
Mr. Chair? I concur with what my colleague Commissioner Williams had said. If it would please the surrounding community, we could certainly impose an 8-foot fencing requirement rather than 6. That's within our power to do. I don't have any problems with the security plan. The security plan conforms to what the ordinance requires, and it's better to have that security in place than not. So I'd be prepared to proceed as well today.
Any other comment?
I don't have anything to say.
Again, I also feel okay with the security plan that is there. At least this is a known spot, obviously. In that area, it sounds like there's more spots that are not, and it seems like that seems to be the problem. And so a path forward for folks that want to make sure that they are completely legal, it might take some time. It looks like we're here to do that.
Thank you. I only have one question for Mr. Franco in regards to the fire. What is your capability to respond to a fire if it starts?
Jose Franco here again. So we have a 3,000 gallon fire suppression tank that we keep on site, just because that was a requirement when we first built for us to have that 3,000 gallon water available in case there was a fire.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we want to take some action?
I'm prepared to make a motion. I move that the Planning Commission find that the initial study, IS 20-56, applied for by Blue Lake Organics LLC on property located at 10717 and 10680 Shude Drive, Upper Lake, and further described as APNs 003-001-21 and 003-002-11 will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore a mitigated negative declaration shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated June 24th, 2021.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask for clarification, is it the will of the commission to require an 8-foot tall fence? Right now it's, Commissioner Hess has recommended it, but I didn't get any kind of consensus from the commission.
I'm in agreement.
I am as well.
Thank you.
As am I.
So, as amended.
It's fine.
And as amended today.
And do we have a second?
Second?
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Motion so carried.
If I may, Mr. Chair, very quickly, we are all present, all commission members are present, and nobody is teleconferencing in, so a roll call vote is not necessary for every vote at this moment.
I further move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 20-45 applied for by Blue Lake Organics LLC on property located at 10717 and 10680 Shudi Drive, Upper Lake, and further described as APNs 003-001-21 and 003-002-11 does meet the requirements of Section 51.4 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and the major use permit be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report and as amended today on June 24th, 2021.
Second?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we'd like to note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that a zoning ordinance provides for a
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Sorry. If you're going to ask all in favor, you would ask all opposed, just so we have it clear on the
Okay.
record that, thank you.
any opposed? Okay. I'd like to note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7 calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the planning commission's decision, an appeal to the board of supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on and before the 7th calendar day following the planning commission's final determination. Okay, we're going to take up our 9:25 item, public hearing to consider major.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Could I request a 10-minute comfort break?
Yes, let's go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just checking, Jake, are you ready on your end?
Yep, I'm here whenever we're ready.
Okay, so Chair, we are ready when you are.
Okay, thank you. We'll take up,
We have 5 minutes left.
oh,
Yeah.
Ready when you are, Mr. Chairman.
I think so, yeah.
Waiting on something? Are we waiting on something? No. They declared
Nothing like
10
the other,
Oh, jeez.
Ready to roll there?
Yeah.
Oh, our 10-minute countdown.
okay, are we ready with the 10 minutes? Okay, we're going to take up item 5, 9:25 a.m. item. Public hearing to consider use permit UP 21-24 and adopt a categorical exemption to CEQA for an expansion of a recovery home with an existing dwelling on a property located at 14725 Catholic Church Drive, Clear Lake Oaks, APN 010-046-06. The applicant is Hilltop Recovery Services, LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric Porter, Associate Planner, County of Lake. We received an application December 7th for a use permit. At staff level, we attempted to recategorize it as a modification. However, the way the modification part of the code is written, you can't expand a use permit through a modification. It has to be done through a use permit. So we reverted back to the use permit, reassigned the number, and then we're here today to decide the merits of this major use permit and the categorical exemption. Applicant purchased a house at 14725 Catholic Church Road, adjacent to an existing recovery facility at 14715 that was originally approved in 2015 by the county. The new application covers an existing 3,500 square foot house, and basically no site improvements are needed for the applicant to move in. They do, however, need the major use permit to be approved. So we evaluated the major use permit. By category, it's considered a community care facility by definition. I looked in the general plan and I put the corresponding policies that I felt applied to this project, which are regarding land use. We found the use to be compatible with what's around it. There's a requirement for an evaluation of compatibility. There's a requirement for economic development. It encourages commerce and non-industrial corporate developments. The Shoreline Communities Area Plan also has several policies and objectives that actually fairly conveniently apply to this proposal. Policy 5.1.1F encourages development of appropriate medical, wellness, recreation, and other retirement-focused services, but the wellness aspect of it I felt was applicable in this case, as it is a recovery facility. And then it goes on to mention some employment opportunities, and there are some other policies that are within the shoreline plan that are referenced in here, including housing. The applicable parts of the code, there are 4. Article 7, rural lands, allows a community care facility subject to a major use permit. Article 27 also allows a community care facility subject to a major use permit, and that would be found in Table B of Article 27. Article 68 defines a community care facility, which is in your staff report on page 6. Article 27 also has a subsection for community care facilities, and it has certain requirements for submittal that were met by the applicant. Those are found on page 7 of the staff report. Article 51.4 again lists the requirements for a major use permit, and I'll briefly go over those. That the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the use applied for will not under the circumstances be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood. Number 2, the site is for the project is adequate in size, shape, location, and physical characteristics to accommodate the type of use and the level of development proposed. Property is 19 acres in size, more than large enough to accommodate the existing 3521 square foot house that would be occupied by the recovery facility. The house does meet the 30-foot required CAL FIRE setbacks for properties that are over an acre. Number 3, that the streets, highways, pedestrian facilities are reasonably adequate to safely accommodate the proposed use. The site is served by Wisner Lane, a narrow paved county-maintained road, which connects with Catholic Church Drive, which in turn connects with the highway. So we found that the road is adequate to supply pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular travel to and from the site. Number 4, there are adequate public or private services to serve the property The site is served by, I didn't list the fire CAL FIRE, as the fire provider, and the Lake County Sheriff's Department is the law enforcement for this area. Site is served by special districts, so they have public sewer and water available to the property. Number 5, that the project is in conformance with applicable provisions of the code, general plan, and shoreline communities area plan. We were able to make that finding. Number 6, no violation of chapters 5, 17, 21, 23, or 26 of the Lake County Code currently exists on the property. There are no outstanding violations on this property. Regarding the environmental analysis, we found that it fit well into the category of exemptions within CEQA section 15301 sub E sub 1 due to the lack of site disturbance with the proposal, which will use an existing dwelling. Consequently, we're recommending that the Planning Commission adopt categorical exemption CE 21-05, and that it does meet the provisions within CEQA section 15301 sub E sub 1. And we are also recommending that the Planning Commission approve use permit 21-24 with the findings stated within the staff report and within the conditions of approval that are attached. The attached conditions are Exhibit B. So that concludes my report, unless there are any specific questions regarding this application.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Eric?
No questions.
Okay, we'll open it up to public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward and state your name, first and last name.
Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Cherno. I go by Jackie. And I'm just going to read the letter that I had to give to the Lake County Planning Commission. We, Dennis Cherno and Jacqueline Cherno, challenge the action of the Lake County Planning Division of the consideration of adoption of a categorical exemption to CEQA for an expansion of a recovery home within an existing dwelling on property located at 14725 Catholic Church Road, Clear Lake Oaks, California, APN 010046006, applicant Hilltop Recovery Services, LLC. We have lived on our property located at 14723 Catholic Church Road, Clear Lake Oaks, California for over 40 years. We have raised our 3 sons on this property and now also have 3 daughter-in-laws and 7 grandchildren who all frequently visit us on this property. We built our dream home here 17 years ago, and we both recently retired on this property. Our concerns are, 1, traffic. On almost a daily basis, we have traffic come onto our property at 14723 Catholic Church Road, hunting for Hilltop Recovery at any hour of the day or night. We have had parole officers, police officers, and the fire department show up at our door searching for Hilltop Recovery, not to mention the many, many people arriving at our home to ask if this is where they come for the meetings at Hilltop Recovery. The Catholic Church Road has not been maintained by the County of Lake for the last 40 years. We already cannot count how many people that are coming to our home for the 14720 Hilltop Recovery location, and now they are trying to add an additional facility at 14725 Catholic Church Road. We called Hilltop to help keep Hilltop traffic off our road and also place a sign on our road stating Hilltop 14720 is 1 street over, not on this road, which did not help. This new facility at 14725 will only compound an already impossible situation. With this added traffic, is the County of Lake going to maintain the road and also require the facility at 14720 and 14725 to have adequate signs to direct traffic to correct locations? There has also been an increase in burglary and drug paraphernalia on our property since Hilltop Recovery opened. We have found drug pipes while walking our dog and have had equipment, tools, and fuel stolen now that we have this increase in traffic on our road related to this facility. Another concern is the amount of water needed to accommodate the number of recovery clients they will have at this additional facility. What happens when our well runs dry because we have 2 drug rehab facilities housing more people than intended to live on this property, taxing the already drought-ridden aquifer? To close, we strongly oppose the expansion of Hilltop Recovery at 14725 Catholic Church Road in Clear Lake Oaks, California. My husband is a retired disabled veteran, and I am also dealing with medical issues. We no longer feel safe in our home. How is it fair for us to deal with a deficit in our resale value of our property due to having 2 drug rehab facilities within a half a mile of our home? This is a real area not zoned for this type of facility. This has and will cause undue stress for both of us, and it is not exactly how we imagine spending our golden years on our property. Any one of you on the Planning Commission should put yourself in our place and think, how would you like to have this facility next door to you? If the county decides to allow expansion of Hilltop Recovery at 14725 Catholic Church Road, we will be forced to seek legal representation on this matter. Please take this into consideration. Sincerely, Dennis Cherno and Jacqueline Cherno. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then here's my letter to you.
Also, they don't have.
Do we have any other comments?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm representing my father, who owns the property nearby, Mr. and Mrs. Cherno. My name is Elijah Batley. My father is Bassem Batley, and I can't say any more than what Mrs. Cherno said. It's very accurate. We bought the property. It's a vacant land, but we bought the property around 2017, and since then we've seen multiple traffics day and night. And from commuting from there, we also seen a lot of crack pipes, a lot of drug uses in the area. So we felt even placing a chain gate did not stop the people from coming into the property and making a ruckus day and night. One incident was we had a delivery truck who was to go to the mail rehab and made to our to 14635 Catholic Church Road, and it was a semi truck. We don't have enough space for even a semi truck or even a big delivery truck to come through and back out, which can cause a lot of traffic. And because of the highway, there's a lot of speeding vehicles. It's very hard for a semi truck to even pull out of there without causing any traffic. So our main concern is not just the neighborhood, but other facilities or other vehicles, other people in the neighborhood and in the area driving. This can cause a lot of issues because of the driveway and because of how small their access entrance is. So with that, if you guys tend to approve it, which Eric Porter, excuse me, sir, may I have you pass this to the commissioners? So what we highlighted on that page was our main entrance and the main entrance to which was the male rehab facility. Our proposed idea is if they can make the main entrance to the main male rehab also connect to the female male rehab facility, so the traffic situation can be disregarded for for ourselves and our neighbors included. And we tried to also put new signs and more gates, but financial situations, we can't always to do that because of the facility. So we would like to ask to reconsider approving the facility and, you know, understand that having a rehab near a lot of residential homes with a lot of family and kids can show a very bad example, because we have a lot of kids looking around or walking around their dogs and finding a crack pipe, or they can touch it and get infected by it. Anything of that situation can endanger the people around our area. So we do propose to have this denied, And if not, please ask for the rehab facility to work with the community very well. Thank you.
My name is Dennis Cherno. My wife is Jackie. I have maintained that road for 40-something years. The county hasn't done it. It's just an armor-coated road, and it's going to hell, and it's going bad from all the traffic. And the stuff about the drugs and stuff, and the pipes and all that, it's there, you know, and it's just not right. And the impact of the existing one, plus adding this other facility with more patients and more traffic, it's just not right. Like my wife said, put yourself in the same situation. How would you like this next to your house? You know, that's all I have to say.
And
and they also aren't access to public water or sewer. They're on septic tanks and wells, just like us. And that's a lot. I don't know how many patients are in them, but it's a lot of usage, you know. And with the drought, the water table, or our wells and in the whole facility around there is about 100 feet. And they're not a big recovery well. It's a real low water, or bad water situation already. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments in the Zoom room?
No, there are no hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, I just have one question and a comment. I know this. I know the area pretty well, driving Highway 20, and I've witnessed, not personally witnessed, but driven by probably in the last year at least 3 different accidents right in that area, from people exiting or trying to pull into the road, coming up 20, heading into Clear Lake. You're coming up a pretty good incline, and you can't really see you can't even see the road. So I know that's definitely an issue for myself. I'm very sympathetic to that concern. On the other side of it, I do support the recovery service is a great need. But my concern, again, if there's paraphernalia being found, needles and those types of things in the area, that's definitely a hazard to the community. We don't have anybody from the applicant present, do we, or from Hilltop that we know of, or on the call? If not, those questions are definitely concerns for myself. And so I don't know if needles have been found. If that's something you guys can confirm, I would like to have that from you. And if you have any more comment, please come up.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I definitely agree with you with the access point to Catholic Church Road. Even if you know, or if you're looking for it, it's still hard to find. I can only imagine. And I also wanted to acknowledge the proposal of maybe changing the access point to the facility itself. I'm kind of in a pickle with not having anybody, or the applicant not here to answer any questions. I just wanted to get that out.
We have so many incidences, it's too many. My name's Jackie again, but we've had so many incidents. I mean, it would take page after page after page to put it on paper. But one day, a gentleman showed up, a young man showed up at our door. My husband was in the shower. I answered the door. He was looking for Hilltop, and we have to go out of our house and explain how to get there, go down the road, go back to the highway, because there is no designated sign for that road. They call it Catholic Church Road also. It's another designated, because they split the property. Ours says Catholic Church Road. That's why they all come to our house. Well, this gentleman shows up and wants to know how to get there. And I said, this is how you go. And he picks up my UPS package and starts handing it to me. And I said, sir, just put it down You know, I'll get it later. And he goes, no, here, take it. And I said, no, I don't, just put it down. And he goes, well, I'd like that free wood over there. And I said, this is private property. There's no free wood anywhere. And he goes, well, I want to go get it. And I said, no, you need to leave. It's private property. Well, he leaves and he comes back the next day and he sends his girlfriend to the door. And she goes, well, we need to go pick up that free wood over there. And I said, no, you don't need to pick that free wood up. You need to leave, you know, but Hilltop is what brought them to our house. And yes, there are cracked pipes on our property. I don't know how to prove it because we didn't take a picture of it. But yes, right there, walking our dog, our grandchildren, and everything else. So, I mean, it's very upsetting, you know. I mean, I don't think any one of you, I am a nurse, I'm an RN, and I believe in recovery. But I don't think you would want this next door to you. I really don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the commission?
Could you come back to the podium? I don't remember your name, sir. Mr. USA? Elijah, right.
Elijah.
Thank you. So there is currently no road where you have this highlighted line or
There is,
off of 20?
yes, there is a current road there.
And so your suggestion is that signage be placed there at that intersection with the highway, or?
Well, from how they, everyone uses the GPS to go to Hilltop Road, and it always directs them to our property line from Catholic Church Road. But they're roughly 500 feet away from our property, or from our main entrance, and they have a very tiny sign, which I could barely see it too. And they use that access road to the male rehab. And our proposed idea was to use that same access for the female rehab center, which they have to do a little more construction, but it would be more beneficial for them to do that for themselves and for us, because we won't receive traffic in that Catholic Church Road area. But that's if we can fix the GPS as well. Because I too, I agree with, helping out people that want to change their lives for the drug uses, but most of these criminals are going in there to state their parole list, like what they're supposed to do, and then they go back on the streets doing the same thing. And if the rehab facility center can't make a strong security system or maintain their clients from doing a lot of these drug uses, then they're not helping, because they're providing an easy access around our neighborhood to do these drug uses and then leave their evidence around, which if you guys like, I can provide more photos, because I definitely know we can find more more drug use materials or instruments in our property.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Is there anything mentioned in the application as far as additional signage for Hilltop Recovery? No?
No, they didn't propose any.
Okay.
They also didn't propose any improvements to any roads. So
Noted.
that would have to be added.
Thank you.
I think it's unfortunate that we don't have a representative from Hilltop
Yeah.
to answer questions today.
My name is Dennis Cherno again. I've been there over 40 years. Originally, that property where the existing Hilltop Recovery place was Lamperti's residence. And Lamperti's residence also incorporated the property all the way to Church Road. They'd split that off for their grandparents, AC and Merle Ward. They have never re-addressed that facility, so it needs to be changed on the county level. That's where part of the problem is. And because they don't like it, they still think they're on Catholic Church Road. They send everything to Catholic Church Road, comes to our residence, when it should be East Highway 20. Can you find anything on that, Rick?
I'm looking at the zoning map and the vicinity map.
Originally, that was all one piece, and they split half of it off. So that, the actual existing recovery facility now doesn't have an address on Catholic Church Road.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Do you have any closed public comment? Is there any other comments? I have a
Yeah, I just want to clarify for the record, Mr. Cherno is absolutely correct. They are on septic and well. They're not on public sewer or water.
And offhand, or Eric, do you possibly know how many patients are current at the current location, or what their projected residency is going to be if they're actually on sewer, or excuse me, septic?
I know what they're projecting for the new location. They're projecting up to 6 people staying for a period of between 4 and 8 weeks, plus staff, plus occasional visitors. So the amount of people that they indicated in their submittal was up to 24, probably for events, would be my guess.
So 24 people times how many days a week, roughly? I mean, when you start thinking about it that way and things start adding up, and I mean, I'm just kind of trying to think about as far as like the impact on the septic systems and stuff like that, and as far as...
It's my impression that we're talking about more than just the residents of the home.
Correct. I mean, they're going to have visitors, there's staff, there's...
Well, but the people showing up for meetings and understandably disturbing the neighbors,
Sure.
that has nothing to do with the number of people that are going to be residing in that house. I mean, I get your point, but it's separate in my mind somehow, because that's really not the issue before us, people showing up for meetings.
Sure.
But I'm very troubled that our applicant is not here today to answer some of these questions. I would love to hear what they have to say about access, as Elijah discussed.
And signage.
And I would like to know if they have a 24-hour person to take calls and concerns from the neighbors at any time, the way a marijuana grow has to do. It would be nice to know whether they're open to some of these suggestions. And I'm almost feeling as though I can't make an adequate decision today, because absent input from Hilltop to some of these legitimate suggestions the community is making, I feel like it's premature for me to make a decision today.
I agree with you. I would like to have the applicant at least have, maybe we can structure a couple of things that they could address, and if we could, you know.
Well, I'd like to know if they hold monthly meetings with the community to hear your concerns, or if there's any kind of ongoing dialogue that Hilltop initiates. And I'm not asking you to answer that question, but that would be a question I would have for Hilltop, for example.
And I would agree as well with the information that's in front of us. I don't feel, currently I cannot vote for this at this point in time. There's, you know, we have people that have come out as witnesses. I trust what they're saying, so, and there's no argument against it. So currently, I don't see how I could not vote yes to expand this.
I have one other question, Eric. Do you know if this facility, this is just a check-in, check-out facility, or do people have vehicles that are in the facility? If they don't, are they on foot if they leave?
I don't. My assumption is that they would be able to drive in and presumably leave during the day. So it would not be a lockdown type facility, but again, I don't know.
Yeah,
you can approach the podium.
And just to, you know, clarify, I've been to Hilltop on probably 4 different occasions for meetings, for dropping or supporting clients I've had in the past with their services, and I've never accessed Catholic Church Road to get to Hilltop, because I know the area pretty well. So I think in terms of you know, getting the road or signage address is going to be important, but as I look at this application, I can't support it either.
And if I may say a few things, my name is Elijah Betley, and to what the question you were asking for Eric Porter.
Can you hold on? I'm gonna open public comment.
Sorry?
I'm gonna open public comment, reopen public comment so you can speak.
Okay. My name is Elijah Betley once again, and due to the question you were asking Eric Porter, I previously had a friend that attended the rehab facility for alcoholism, and from experience, I seen they do have parking spots at the male rehab, which they also let the clients sleep and live in that facility. Also, a lot of the clients don't have vehicles, so they have people dropping them in and out sometimes at that facility. But that's, if that helped with the question, they have a lot of traffic, not just by walking, but people dropping them off to go and do the rehab. But I did want to propose, if we can consider this with the applicant, Dam Road in Clear Lake is a very nice empty spot, and could we propose putting a rehab facility there where it's not intruding to any residents in that area, and that area is mostly used for homeless people and people just camping and making a lot of mess in that area, which we saw, I think last week we had the fire right behind Tractor Supply, which was the reason. If we can utilize that land, that can provide both benefits, a win-win situation for Clear Lake Oaks community residents and for the rehab facility, to where they can expand to however big they want and maintain that area because there's no residents living there. That's just a proposed idea for the applicant and for the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close public comment. Any other thoughts? Action?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm on the website, just checking it out, see what they have on here, and because my concern, like other commissioners as well, is the facility's parameters to sustain the number of people that are there. So from the website I'm reading, it says clothing, please bring up to 7 days worth of clothing, something that is casual and comfortable to wear. Under services, it says 12-step meetings are available on site twice weekly. 8:30, I'm guessing a.m. to 10 is group, 10 to 10:30 is a break, 10:30 to 12 is a group. So yeah, I mean, if they're on septic tanks and wells, I just don't see it as being sustainable for them to be there, location-wise, and it just doesn't, pros and cons, it doesn't seem like it's helping the community that's there at all. So definitely I don't agree with the location of this place. I agree with the services that are being provided, but not with the location.
So if I can just kind of get a consensus from the commission in general, my main concerns are the septic impact, water, new entrance, the signage, road conditions, traffic increase, the impact on the surrounding community. I think it would be beneficial to us to actually have maybe somebody from Hilltop maybe answer these questions, unless you guys are ready to make a motion on this, or if you want more information to kind of maybe try and figure out a plan to best suit not only the applicant but the residents around as well.
Well, I still have a number of questions, which I can't answer in my own head.
Sure.
And yet, as somebody who grew up with a father who worked his entire life in the mental health field, you know, I believe facilities like this are important, and I understand the reason for the co-location in terms of the services that Hilltop can provide on site. We don't have the authority to go beyond the four corners of this application and suggest Dam Road. That's something Hilltop would have to discover on its own and work out with the community on Dam Road. But I'm not prepared to terminate this application today as opposed to continue it. That's how this commissioner feels. I would like to have Hilltop in the room and address some of these things more deeply.
Eric, do you have anything to say? Do you think we can get them here? Maybe give you a little bit more time to maybe we could schedule, get them on the next agenda or something
Well,
down the road?
we can certainly continue to July 8th. I'm not quite sure how many items we already have on July 8th. We've got the one, LDM1 that got continued to July. I think they would be extremely willing and able to attend. I don't really understand why they're not here today, but anytime an applicant doesn't represent their own application, it causes me some personal anxiety. However, everything that the commission has mentioned, I think is resolvable. The primary cost that they would incur has to do with signage, road improvements. We have to confirm, I did call EH, just so you know, Environmental Health, about the adequacy of their facilities. I don't remember, I do remember they didn't say that they couldn't support what had been proposed, but I don't remember what the capacity limit is for their septic system.
Okay.
So whatever they have in the ground apparently works for the 8 people that I think are going to be continuous live-in residents. 6 guests, if you want to call them that, 6 patients, and 2 full-time staff, as I understand it. It does not take into account special meetings that they have. Hilltop indicated that they would have up to 24 people at any given time within the house, presumably during meetings, but they don't specify within their application material. So,
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I apologize for interrupting. It sounds as if there are a number of issues that you all have questions concerning, and a number of them, if they pan out to be a greater impact than presented in the report, would potentially trigger CEQA analysis. So it may be that an immediate next meeting may not be the best option. So you might continue it to a date and time uncertain, and then staff could speak to the applicant, and the applicant then they could work with the applicant in determining whether or not this truly is a categorical exemption, or if your concerns, if the answers to your concerns require something more.
Thank you for that. Did you want to continue, Eric, or you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I
Okay.
concur with what Nicole said. We don't know how much dirt they'd have to move.
Sure.
And that could rise to the level of requiring a simple grading permit, which could in turn trigger some kind of a CEQA analysis, even if it's a categorical exemption based on the volume of dirt. We just don't know yet. The other question I have in my mind is whether we can allow the use and then defer the road improvements to a later date. I don't think the neighbors would find that an acceptable solution. So we can continue to the next meeting.
Do you think that will give you enough time in case something does come up with CEQA or grading, or do you want to do it?
If I may.
Are you more? Go ahead.
So if there are elements to this, such as changes to roads, additions of signs, studying the impact of septic, impact to water, erosion, grading, they would all be part of one project, which means we couldn't piecemeal them out, and therefore you couldn't approve the use now with impacts addressed later. That is not an option.
Noted.
So I guess my question would be the willingness of Hilltop to consider providing us with a grading and drainage plan, which, as Nicole indicated, would cause the application to yet again be continued. But if we're going to have them redesign the entry, we need to know what's going to happen out there physically. So, but the first step is to find out if Hilltop would even do it. So, in my opinion, it would be beneficial to have them in the room in a short amount of time and have them represent how willing they are to address these concerns for access, signage. Are they prepared to delay if it does trigger a CEQA analysis? And if it does, it's gonna have to be deferred back to staff to write the analysis. That'll affect the staff report, it'll affect the path that this goes down. So, you know, the initial first step, I guess, is, you know, to decide if we want to have a short-term turnaround to get the applicant here to find out if they're even willing to do these improvements.
Can I ask another question? It appears that on March 12, 2021, emergency activation for this use was granted, and which is good for 6 months.
Correct.
So technically, Hilltop is free to provide these services for now.
Correct. On a limited basis.
Right. But for the next 6 months,
Yeah, from March
even
till
if we generate this other activity, that use is still permitted.
temporarily, yes.
Right, okay. My position would be continuing, and my inclination would be to say to a future date uncertain, simply to give Hilltop and the planners as much time as they might need. It might be like peeling away an onion. You peel away one layer and boom, there's 3 more questions underneath.
Yes.
I believe we are we in a consensus with continuing this item with a date uncertain?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Still takes a motion.
I'm prepared to make a motion. I move that the Planning Commission move this item to a date uncertain at this time, right? Like, do I have to say anything else? My coffee's kicking in, I'm sorry.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move to,
I'm still going to call you USA.
Thanks for being so patient and waiting that out.
okay, end-time staff update, office news.
You'll receive a notice as soon as we have a new hearing date set. So you're within 725 feet of the facility, I'm assuming?
Pardon me?
Did you receive a hearing notice for this hearing?
Yes.
You'll get one for the next one, too.
The original hearing for the original one, we never received it.
No, we
Okay,
did,
yeah,
we did, but we were out of state. And
Okay.
we were contesting it, and we called, and they said, sorry, you have
We
to
had to
be here in person.
We were out of state.
And so we couldn't contest it,
Okay.
you
I'm
know.
guessing.
Also, if you're talking about the road.
Can we
talk out here.
Thank you, Eric.
So do we have a staff update? No. Office news. Are you ready for us, Nicole?
I'm ready if you're ready. Take this off for now because it's a long presentation. So at the last meeting, your commission had asked, let me share my screen, 1 second. Here. There we go. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. So at the last meeting, the Planning Commission had asked me to look into whether or not, or what form advice on, say, certain things like water thresholds, the request for advice from the board would take. And this is essentially a rough answer to that. Your commission has broad authority, and we're going to go over what that looks like in a few minutes. But that means that you don't receive a great deal of direction from the board if there's something that's not spelled out in the ordinance, for example. And there's a reason for that, because this is zoning and planning is very flexible, it's very fluid, and it's very dependent on the facts and circumstances of individual projects. So the role of the Planning Commission, it's generally created, well, it is created by state law, created by state law. It's an authority that's granted to the local municipality, namely the board. The board then delegates that authority to your commission. And I don't think there's really any municipality that hasn't actually created a separate commission and has kept that authority to themselves, but there may be one or two out there. But for the most part, they all delegate it to a planning commission to deal with individual projects. A commission has a broad power within the scope of its authority in some respects. So what the purpose of the commission is to make decisions and advise the board on these list of things: land use and planning, specific plan, general plan, zoning amendments, variances. Some things you have more authority to make a final decision than others, and that's largely dependent on state law. There are some things the board can only do, and then everything else is delegated to your commission in relation to these issues. Your decision-making powers are broken into roughly two categories: legislative, which relates to recommendations, and that's the stuff that you're generally going to send to the board for final decision. That's recommendations that you make, we think, on our authority, on our specialty and expertise, and our experience in this area, that your board should do X. That's the legislative decision-making. Pertains usually to general plans, specific plans, zoning ordinances. Then your other duty, which is what you see most often, which is what you use most often, is the adjudicative or the quasi-judicial, which means you are, as it sounds, kind of like a judge. You're going to hear a whole bunch of evidence. Ideally, you're going to be presented with the rule that governs the decision you're being asked to make, and it's your job to apply that evidence and the rule and make a decision. State law requires that these decisions and that kind of analysis happen in a public meeting. And that is what applies to the planning permits that come before you, any variances you might see, the stuff you're asked to make decisions on. Excuse me. At the public hearing, as you know, and you're going to see a number of things that a few of you have already discussed with me already, or that you've already run into, so bear with me if you've already heard it. You're going to see a bunch of findings, and a number of findings are mandatory. They're required by law or by ordinance. You have to make them. And they are written broadly. If you read them, which I'm sure you do, I know you do, they are written broad scope, like, health and welfare of the community. And you have to look at all of the facts and circumstances and see if in that specific circumstance, for that specific project, in that location, with these facts, if you can find that it is in the best interest, health and welfare, meets those criteria in that finding. But that analysis has to be done by you. So it's not a concrete check the box kind of are we given a concrete sort of threshold for it? Because even if a threshold were given in the ordinance, that threshold may be fine for most of the county, but you may get a project where it's not because of the facts and circumstances. For example, even if a water threshold were given for agricultural uses, and the county ordinance spelled it out and said for these areas, for these uses in agriculture, you're going to have this threshold of water usage, you may run into a circumstance like a drought where that's no longer applicable. It may be that whereas prior that use might have fit in just fine under those parameters, it may be that you find that because there's a severe drought and because there's 100 people using that water source, that that 4 football fields of cannabis grow may not be a good idea in that spot. But that's your decision to make based on the circumstances, the facts presented to you for that project. Findings then lead to conditions of approval. Conditions of approval, generally speaking, well, they don't lead to, but they are in conjunction with. Conditions of approval are, generally speaking, reasonable conditions necessary to ensure compliance. Both of these things, findings and conditions of approval, can be challenged by you. Staff presents you an analysis. It's their job to analyze and collate and put together all this stuff and then do an analysis and present to you the analysis of that material. They receive an application. The applicant presents everything they think is pertinent, all the stuff they're asked for, all the stuff they have to provide by ordinance and state law. And staff will take that. Staff will go through it. They'll collect all of the comments from agencies that are responsible for certain resources. They'll collect all the comments from all of the other departments in the county. They'll collect comments from the public, and they will analyze that project for you. That is their job. And then they'll also ideally provide the law, and they'll say under this particular circumstance, and you see it in the report, here's how the general plan applies, here's how the specific plan applies, here's how our ordinance applies. You don't have to take that as rote or fact. You can question that. If it is not clear for you, if there are pieces missing, if there is a question that comes up for you, you can challenge staff. You can ask them, hey, look, as Commissioner Price did, there are septic tanks on these houses. How many people are going to be using the houses? Was it intended to be used for that number of people? Will that tax the septic? If it's not there, you have every right to ask for it and have staff provide it, because that is the information you have determined you will need to make an informed decision for that application and make the findings that are necessary and legally required for you to make to move forward with that application. All of this occurs under the auspice of due process. And you're very familiar with the pieces of due process. The applicants and the public need to have a notice and an opportunity to be heard. So that's when you hear a lot about the notice requirements, the timing of the meetings, why we have to wait until 9:05 to hear the 9:05 agenda item, because we've noticed it. The public needs to be able to rely on that notice. They need to be able to come in and they need to be able to comment. They need to be able to participate, see your decision-making process, hear your concerns, and for you to hear theirs. Because comments are evidence, and you are to take in all the evidence and make the decision based on that evidence. There are some concerns around due process. We'll get to it later in the presentation. Just to touch on it briefly here, you need to avoid ex parte communications. That's a huge risk at site visits, huge risk when people approach you before or after meetings or during breaks, or seek you out in between meetings. It can be a risk, and the reason that is because the meetings need to be fair and impartial. You're a decision maker based on the facts and circumstances presented to you, not at the meetings, not on things that you gather on your own, not on things that are presented to you outside of that arena, because it all needs to be public. The public needs to be able to participate and hear it. One of the big acts that's relevant to these meetings that deals with and governs the public meeting is the Brown Act. And I'm sure you've all heard a whole lot about the Brown Act, and some of you have talked to me about it, or at least parts of it. The Brown Act defines open meeting, well, the open meeting requirements as under the Brown Act are that meetings of a legislative body, which is you, your quasi-legislative, quasi-judicial, shall be open and public. Basic, right? Sounds very simple. Then you get into the actual phrases and definitions, and it gets a little bit more sticky. The public has a right to participate. So we have to have regular meetings. The regular meetings must provide an opportunity for them to speak on any matter under your jurisdiction, which you're aware. The commission may briefly discuss items that are not on the agenda, in the sense that you can ask questions for clarification, you can give direction to staff, just so you understand what the issue is, and that you can make it clear what you want going forward. However, if it's not on the agenda, no action can be taken. You can't make a decision, you can't make a determination, you can't come to a conclusion. It's just information.
But we can comment in some way?
Well, you can, it's tricky to say that you can, because that can lead into conversations, because everything just sort of rolls into that because people want to continue to comment and continue to comment. But you can clarify. If someone comes up, general comment period, and they say, this is an issue for my neighborhood. We've had this problem. We've brought it to the planning commission. We've brought it to the planning department repeatedly. We've sent letters to the board. Nobody's listening to us. And you say, well, sir, could you be a little bit more specific? Could you give us a general rundown of what it is the issue is? And then you can ask questions, to clarify, so that you understand what the problem is and what information you need to ask of staff going forward, for example, right? So you can then turn to staff and say, we would like more information on that. We want this on the agenda for this other agenda day, so that we can address that. And once it's agendized, then you can act. You have the option to act. Comment time period on the agenda items. It can occur pretty much at any time, but it has to occur before your decision. Like I said, comments are evidence, and you're making your decision based on the evidence. So you have to receive the evidence before you make your decision. So comments period has to occur before a decision occurs or before action is taken. And the public can address any of the matters on the agenda before or during. We like to ask that they be specific on their timeframes, but restricting the public in a public meeting is actually difficult to do. Most people are pretty good about it, but if someone did want to walk up at the beginning of the meeting and start talking about an agenda item, we can say, sir, well, that'll be later, there'll be an opportunity, but if they insist, then it's best to just let them continue to speak. Brown Act definition of a meeting. This is very important because you can accidentally create a meeting. So, a meeting is a congregation of a majority of members. A majority of members. For this commission, a majority is 3. You need 3 people to act. That is a majority. So you need 3 people to make a meeting. At the same time and place, and that could be anywhere. It doesn't have to be here. So to hear, discuss, or deliberate, which is very easy to do, even unintentionally, on an item of business, and that could be any subject that's land use commission related business, within the agency's subject matter jurisdiction. So anything you have authority over, really. There are some exceptions. You can say, well, are we supposed to avoid each other forever and just run the other way if we see, two commissioners standing on a corner somewhere? No, there are exceptions. Conferences, open community meetings, social ceremonial occasions, you're not required to not be social with each other. You can be friends. Individual contacts, your neighbors, you can talk. Standing committees, and meetings of other legislative bodies. And there's an asterisk here for most of those on the slide, because the caveat for this is you can do all of these things without worry about the majority of members there, but that's assuming you don't discuss items amongst yourself that are agency business. So provided you avoid business talk or shop talk, you should be fine. So, question 1, this is an example. May some or all of the commissioners show up at the following events together? Can you show up at a majority show up at Board of Supervisors meeting? Community meeting hosted by a wireless carrier. I mean, that's a community meeting, so it would be like a town hall thing, like Kelseyville. There's a wireless community person trying to put in a tower in Kelseyville, for example, and they invite all of the people there, and you happen to live there, then and a few of you decide to attend, can a number of you attend that? Local meeting of Environmental Action Coalition. Briefing with planning staff before meeting, that's been a question that has come up. Can you attend briefings with staff before meetings or attend staff meetings? Planning department off-holiday reception, staff holiday reception, or League of California Cities Conference. League of California Cities by the way, has an excellent boot camp for planning commissioners. It's city structured, but a lot of the information is very pertinent. So it's a good opportunity if you want a broader 2-day lesson on planning commissions, and that'd be something you'd have to set up with staff. But so here, answers. Can you go to Board of Supervisors meeting? Yes. Community meeting hosted by wireless carrier? It depends. I'd argue that most of these are depends, but Board of Supervisors meeting is a clearer yes. Local meeting of Environmental Action Coalition, a much clearer yes. Briefing with planning staff before meeting, no. I would say no. I have here no quorum, so arguably if you have 1 or 2 of you attending a briefing, then you could do that, but the risk of creating a meeting following that is very high, so I would recommend not attending, because it is the focus of staff planning meetings would be business, and that creates a bigger risk. Planning department staff holiday reception, yes, of course. League of California Cities Conference, absolutely. Again, the caveat, the yeses here and the depends here relate to whether or not you discuss business. Don't huddle in a corner as a mass and whisper clandestinely. Try to avoid, discussing anything business related to the commission. And then you have less of a risk of violating the Brown Act by inadvertently creating a meeting. Inadvertent meetings often appear in a couple of ways, and they're referred to as serial meetings. These are meetings, and inadvertent meetings generally are outside of the public notice meeting, where a majority of members meet and they end up discussing or deliberating or taking action in some direct communication way. And this is important because it doesn't apply to staff. This prohibition doesn't apply to staff. And they themselves can accidentally include you in a serial meeting in one way or another. And they may not be aware of it because they are not responsible for Brown Act. We try to make sure that they understand it and that they know what the risks are and Brown Act violations are, but they themselves are not the ones who would be held responsible. Ultimately, it would be the commissioners who would be held responsible for any violations. So it would behoove you to be careful in your communications with business, with staff, or with anybody else really, members of the public, each other, because the risk there is for you. Two types of serial meetings: hub and spoke, daisy chain. Excuse me. And they're pretty, the name pretty much gives you the idea of how they function. Hub and spoke is probably more likely one you'd probably run into both of them for risks for dealing with staff and the public. But say, for example, you communicate with a staff member, or a staff member has a message to give out or a communication about an item to give to all the commissioners. They send out to all the commissioners an email, and then a few of you respond back about that item. You know, I can see how this is on the agenda. You know, I've heard about this project, and here's how I feel about it, and based on the stuff you just sent me, it's kind of odd, and here's my concern. Well, okay, but then you have someone else who responds the same way, and then that person, you know, in a similar way, and then if you have 3 members doing that, and that staff member forwards it all on, you've created a meeting. So, because you have 3 commissioners communicating, they've communicated on business, they've given their opinion, they've had a discussion and a deliberation, and it has involved all of them. So you've created a meeting. Daisy chain is as it sounds. You start with one person, one of you receives the communication from staff about an item, you're like, oh, you send an email to another commissioner, hey, did you see this? I just received this. I think this is an interesting project. I'm glad it's on the agenda. You know, I was excited because when I heard about it, here's the things that I think are good about it, and that person is like, oh, okay. And then they contact someone else, hey, you know, I was just contacted by Commissioner A. Commissioner, you know, we're both in agreement. We think this thing is great. And, you know, did you get the paperwork for the meeting? And then you've created a meeting. 3 people, business talk, deliberation, your position, meeting. So it's very easy to do, especially with technology. So just to be aware of that. Question number 2, and this relates to the what we just discussed. Planning Commissioner emails a newspaper article pertaining to an upcoming project listed on the agenda next week to the other 4 members of the commission. The commissioner indicates that she's against the application based on the article, and hits reply all to the group. A few people hit reply all, stating that they disagree, but thanks for the information. You know, we're happy you forwarded that on. Is this a Brown Act violation? Yes. The commissioners have participated in a discussion of an item within the jurisdiction of the body that was not noticed, open, or public. So even if it seems innocuous, even if it's an idle thing of like, hey, you know what? I'm not sure I agree with your position on that, but thank you. I appreciate the information. Discussion. Meeting. Possibly, depending on how many people were involved in the email. Conducting a public hearing. So, emails, text, social media platforms, big risk. Especially social media platforms, they don't feel as direct. But your discussion of business, and if at least 2 other members have access to your Facebook page and you're discussing business on the Facebook page, you could end up creating a meeting. So be careful with that. Video telephone conferencing or teleconferencing. Zoom. This is a sticky wicket right now because we are currently in COVID, and the governor has temporarily changed the Brown Act rules. As I mentioned earlier, that we don't have to do roll call with all of us in the room. That pertains to this. So It's required that agenda be posted at all locations and all teleconference locations. Specifically identifies the location. The location itself has to be made open to the public, and the public has to have has an ability to participate at that location. At least,
Can I ask you a question about
sure.
that? What if I have a terrible cold or flu, but I'm capable of zooming into a meeting? You're saying that my home has to be an accessible point?
Once the COVID Brown Act changes are removed, like they're no longer active, yes, you would have to. You're in your vacation in Hawaii, and you want to zoom into the commission meeting. I would argue that being in Hawaii is prohibitive, but arguably you could if you noticed and you made the hotel room open to the public and you provided them with a way to participate, arguably that would meet the criteria. But if you didn't do any of that, then you couldn't participate. So it's not a last minute sort of option. It has to be considered ahead of time. Currently, you can sign in from elsewhere in the effort to encourage social distancing. And these direct rules were waived for the time being. Currently, they are still active and they are set to expire when the emergency expires, but the governor could always issue another order that says that I'm ending the waiver right now. But they are currently active. When the rule goes back to normal, you'll have to do the noticing, you'll have to make the location accessible, and only 2 commissioners at a time could be remote. Everybody else has to be in the physical location. And, as noted earlier, we would have to do a roll call vote. If one commissioner is somewhere else, you all have to do a roll call vote. The only time you don't have to is when everybody's here and nobody's remoting in. So if someone's absent, you don't have to do a roll call vote. But if they are remoting in, then we would have to. Question 3, and this pertains to our earlier discussion. Can you call in from your car or your home or a cruise ship or your hotel room, family's cabin in Montana? Arguably, I'd say your car, no, because people can't have access to that. You're not going to be able to post a notice. I mean, I suppose you could if you had a Tesla with a big screen and it connected to your laptop and you were sitting in a parking lot somewhere, you could say, I'll be at this parking lot and y'all can participate, but that's impractical. I'd say that your home, you could, but I wouldn't recommend opening your home to the public. A cruise ship, probably not. I don't think that would be as successful an argument as a hotel room, because a cruise ship you can't access. People aren't going to be able to get to it, no matter what. Your family's cabin in Montana, maybe. I mean, I think hotel rooms would be more practical in circumstances like evacuations or fire damage in areas where your jurisdiction is evacuated and you're in a hotel somewhere and you want to participate, assuming we're having the planning commission meetings and you wanted to participate, you could make your hotel, I would argue that you could make your hotel room available to the constituents that are evacuated with you if you wanted to remote in from there. That would be I think a reasonable effort. But if you're just on vacation, I wouldn't recommend trying. So may the Planning Commission as a body attend a tour of a new apartment complex within the county's boundaries that has recently been reviewed and approved by your commission.
Yes.
Yes, provided the tour is noticed as a meeting and the public is allowed to join. And the catch here is the commission as a body attending the tour. You're there as a group. The potential for creating a meeting is huge because you're there for an item that, even though it's already gone before your commission, it relates to your business as a commission. You're there all together. You're going to be having conversations. I would recommend in that circumstance that you notice it as a meeting and let the public arrive. If you're touring a property that's associated with a particular item that's coming up in the future, you can go, I'd recommend 2 or less at a time. Be very careful not to show up as somebody else is leaving or leave as somebody else is arriving, just to avoid the appearance of or the risk of creating a meeting. But that's possible. But as a group, for a thing, an item, an issue that is related to the business of the commission, it's best to make it a meeting. then you can all show up and not have to worry about it. For meetings, you have a posted agenda. The agenda is notice, and we're back to notice. The public needs to be able to rely on notice, which means you can only take action on the items that are posted on the agenda, and you can only hear them at the time that they are posted, for the very specific reason that the public needs to be able to rely on that. They need to be there. They need to be able to say, well, it's a 9:05 item. I can be there at 9:05, and I will be there in time. They won't hear it ahead of time, and I'll miss it. And they have to know that it's being heard, which means that only the items that are listed on the agenda can actually be acted upon, can be heard that day. Just for your information, staff has to post meetings for agendas for regular meetings within 72 hours of the meeting, or before 72 hours before the meeting. And special meetings are allowed 24-hour postings, but they also are considerably more restrictive as to what can be heard at special meetings. But that's a different presentation. There are some exceptions, but those are probably more important for the board, because it's unlikely that your commission is ever going to hear anything that's emergency or urgency. There's really nothing that needs to be heard immediately by your commission that I'm aware. Meeting decorum. So the Planning Commission, as I know you're very aware, represents the county to the citizens, developers, general public, applicants, and that the public is allowed to participate. So there are restrictions as to how the Planning Commission can govern the meeting as far as how people can participate in the meeting. So the Planning Commission doesn't have the option of putting a whole lot of restrictions on how people can participate and in what they can do in participating. We'll touch on that a little bit more going forward. But question number 5. So during the public comment for items not listed on the agenda, a speaker requested that the Planning Commission discuss whether a mixed-use project provided sufficient traffic analysis to answer nearby neighbors' questions about potential traffic impacts. The Commission voted to decide that there wasn't enough traffic data and that they could not approve the permits requested unless such data were provided at the next meeting. Is this a Brown Act violation?
I lost track.
So during the public comment period, somebody stood up and said, I don't think there's enough data to...
Citizen input or public comment?
Citizen input. That the Planning Commission didn't have enough information for a mixed-use project on the traffic for that mixed-use project, and therefore couldn't, and that the neighbors were requesting potential traffic, study of potential traffic impacts. And then the commission, your commission, voted to decide that there wasn't enough traffic data and that they would not approve the permits requested unless the data were provided at the next meeting. So it would be a Brown Act violation because it wasn't, and I think I didn't make it clear enough, but it wasn't a posted agenda item. It was public coming up to say there's a mixed-use development coming and we don't think that there's enough traffic data, and that the commission determined that there wasn't enough traffic data and directed and determined that they wouldn't be voting on that item unless and until they had the traffic data. That's not a decision you can make because that would be action. You can, however, take note if a public member of the public stood up and said, hey, there's a big project coming down the line, nobody's looking at traffic, there's going to be a massive impact. You can say thank you, maybe ask some clarifying questions, and then you can turn to staff and say, this is a concern that's come up. In the next meeting, we'd like a presentation or we'd like some information on this particular item, please agendize it. Or when that item is agendized, we would like you to have provided an analysis of the traffic as part of the report that you provide to us. So those are options you can take. What you could not do is, as a commission, say we're not going to approve that item unless and until we have traffic, because that's a decision on the ultimate project, and you can't do that until it's agendized and the information is in front of you. So public participation. Again, the public, and I cannot stress this enough, must comment. And your commission hasn't had a problem with this necessarily. In fact, a few meetings ago, you handled it beautifully when there were a number of people that were very heated about their issues. The limitation of negative comments is narrow. There's not a whole lot this commission can do to limit what some people might consider abusive language. If staff gets very aggressive, they start accusing your commission of doing things, individual commissioners of doing things or not doing things or being a part of things that they shouldn't be. There's very little leeway or fluidity in restricting public comment. And it's a very high threshold to meet. So unless they are literally disrupting, the speaker's literally disrupting the business of the commission, there's very little we can do. It's probably best to avoid a Brown Act violation by just listening for 3 minutes and saying thank you for your comments and then letting them go. But again, you don't have to take disruptive abuse if someone is just, screaming to high heaven and they're refusing to leave the podium, and the options for that usually are to take a couple of, the chair could call for a brief recess, empty out the room, and then we can bring back everybody who is not disruptive. But shy of that, people should be they should allow at least the chance to talk for 3 minutes. And these are going to be very contentious issues. These people live in these areas, and these are things that impact their daily life, and they're going to be very emotional about it. So we're probably going to have a lot of, or at least many, heated comments from people. Question 6. A controversial 1,000-unit development project is scheduled for the Planning Commission hearing. About 130 people show up to the meeting ready to voice their objections. May your commission limit the comments to the first 50 people? No. Correct. Members of the public must be allowed to speak, even if that means that everybody in your jurisdiction has shown up and they all want to talk. We have some restrictions, options for restrictions. You can limit time frame if there's a lot of people, because ultimately your purpose is to do the business of the commission, and literally if the county empties into one of our meetings, we may not be able to get our business done. But the only, if you are going to be applying restrictions, they should be applied universally. So not just on a few people and not just on particular items, but if you're going to say, take the 3-minute time frame and cut it down to 2, it should apply across the board. Question 7. At the same meeting, over half of the 130 public commenters refused to fill out a speaker card or to introduce themselves and give their names, even though typically the commission asks speakers to fill out a card or to give their names. May those individuals still provide comment? Yes. They may. The commission may request, but we cannot require members of the public to provide their name. So if today, for example, when we reminded them if you could speak for the record and give your name, and someone said no, that would be the end of that. They wouldn't be, we couldn't require them to give it. They can just continue to speak for their 3 minutes. At that same meeting, the 130 people, several speakers were very agitated when they're giving their comments on the podium. 2 people began to protest loudly in their seat, or near their seat, and they refused to go sit down. Could any of these individuals be removed from the meeting?
I would say yes.
Maybe. Standards for removing individuals from a public meeting is very, very high. So we may, as I said, you may only remove an individual if they are actually disrupting a meeting, if they are preventing you from doing the business of the commission. So it has to be more than a bare violation of rules or decorum. Profanity alone is not sufficient. It hasn't been defined as or accepted as actual disruption of a meeting. And the effect on the commissioners or the audience is really not a criteria. Criteria is so the effect of the speech is really not a criteria for determining whether a person can be removed from a meeting. So just because you may dislike a particular phrase or a particular set of words, that's not enough for removal.
Quick question, Nicole. Who does the removing if that's necessary?
Well, my understanding was that we could call on security, but I'm not so sure because I think they work for the court. So I'll have to look up that. But certainly if there's but certainly if there's a risk of harm or serious disruption in the building in general, the the security provided by the court, and of course the sheriff's department on the 4th floor. For all the bailiffs, they provide the bailiffs. They are our first responders for certain things. I doubt they're going to remove somebody from a commission meeting, the bailiffs, but if it does escalate to something serious, they are an option. Okay, so due process. The Planning Commission acts as a quasi-judicial body, so it's subject to procedural due process requirements. Procedural due process, in a nutshell, means that a fair and impartial decision maker, you, gives notice and meaningful opportunity to be heard to the public on an issue. And you collect the evidence, you hear all the evidence, and that's usually comment, and then you make your decision. There's a right to a fair and impartial tribunal. This is relevant in the sense that we all bring our backgrounds to the meetings and to our role. A number of you can have access to information that may not be accessible to staff or the commission at large. You may hear rumors, you may hear things from your communities or your neighbors, your supervisors. You are not a witness. You can't bring that to the commission, and I would argue that you can't rely on it if you didn't hear it during a meeting. So if you do hear something, if somebody brings you a concern, somebody brings you an issue, they talk about a particular item, I would stress that you recommend to them that they themselves either comment at a meeting or provide comment in writing or approach staff, because that has to come to you through that route. Otherwise, it doesn't meet the due process requirements. There are requirements for skill level. I mean, you have to be an expertise, do the writing, do the reading, understand the subject matter, and so on. But more importantly, I think what's critical for a number of you recently has been bias. And that would disqualify a person, bias, and we'll get to that in a second, but that would disqualify you from hearing an item and making a decision on an item. Question 9. A proposed development has sparked significant controversy in town. Planning Commissioner Clark Kent writes an anonymous op-ed opposing the project that is published in the Daily Planet. Can Kent participate in a hearing on the project?
No.
Correct. Kent has demonstrated through the op-ed that he has made a predetermined decision on the project, so he must recuse himself. And it's important. I can't stress enough. The meeting is the time in which you hear the evidence. The evidence is what you base your decision on. If it happens beforehand, you have made a predetermined decision, you are effectively disqualified from the process because you have not met due process requirements. Instead of writing the op-ed himself, Commissioner Kent decides to retweet one that was written by someone else that was sharply criticizing the project. And his only comment on his retweet was, "Pow, radiation alert. Thursday's meeting should be interesting." Can he still participate?
No.
I would say yes.
Really?
He can, but he'd have to be very careful.
Very careful.
Yes. Retweeting the article could be seen as proof that he had already made up his mind. So it's the appearance.
That's what I was thinking.
Right. It's the appearance that you have. And we want to make sure that we also avoid the appearance. And, as I said, the article may not be in the record because it was outside and collected by him another way. It wasn't provided through the process. So he really should speak with staff and counsel beforehand to determine how to proceed. So ex parte contacts. What is an ex parte contact? It's communication with the public. It involves a party. So it's not just everybody, but it involves the entities participating. So I would argue not just the named applicant, but people who are associated with the named applicant, like business partners, people who are working on the property. You have a broad number of people in a land use sphere that are dealing with an individual project. So you might want to be careful as to make sure that you're not talking to somebody who's directly related to the project applicant and the project itself. But site visits are a place where that's a risk. As I said, generally relying on evidence not in the administrative record, so collected by your efforts on your own violates due process, as I said. So disclosure is key. You get information, you hear something because you exist, you live in the community, you deal with people, you're going to hear stuff. So if you do and you find yourself in that situation where you've heard information, it's pertinent or you think it's evidence and you think it's going to influence your decision and you don't want to give the appearance or have an actual ex parte communication risk, certainly contact me and staff and we'll discuss disclosure. There are a number of things that are fixable with the Brown Act. As long as we catch them in time, early is better. Later is harder to fix.
Aren't we required to say the agenda item is Six Sigma? We're required when that agenda item's up to disclose that we had a visit there.
Yes.
Oh, your mic's not on.
Sorry, I forgot this was just not a casual conversation.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Yes, if you had visited, that's a good, you should disclose that. If you've had communications with, if you've had contact with, if you've had business with, if you've had anything, especially if you've had business with, anything involving a benefit that involves money, 500 or more, big deal, that's huge. So if you are concerned, definitely come up and spell it out for me and I can help you work through it. Question 11. Commissioner Tenderfoot is new to the commission and has limited experience with planning laws and controversies. Shrewd Industries, the county's preeminent developer, would like to meet with Tenderfoot to educate him on development issues in the county. May he meet with them? And if so, does he need to disclose the meeting?
Yes and yes.
Yes. So long as the discussion is limited to general issues, so if it really is an education on basic development issues in the county, overall big picture stuff, that shouldn't be an issue. If it devolves into individual projects and special considerations for the developer, then that's a bigger issue. You would recuse yourself from that, like the conversation, or if you had the conversation and later realized what had occurred, because sometimes we don't always right up front, then you might have to recuse yourself from those projects in the future. But so long as it's a general issue, you can meet, and you don't need to disclose it as a meeting because it's one person and not three. So the Planning Commissioner compromise wants to find workable solutions on controversial projects. A local activist group wants to meet to discuss a major housing development before the commission that is certain to receive opposition. May this individual commissioner meet with the group?
Yes.
Close, maybe. Commissioner compromise should check with staff and me about the county's rules for ex parte contacts with the public. If they're allowed, if it's allowed under the rules, then the commissioner would then disclose with whom they met and what was discussed at a meeting or around the project. Ethics and conflicts of interest. I swear, there shouldn't be huge much more. One time and then we're done. It's like a Band-Aid, right? Conflicts of interest under the Performance Reform Act, or Political Reform Act, excuse me, and then contractual conflicts of interest, gifts and honoraria. And this is the last section that we have to discuss. I put this in because a number of commissioners had, over the course of a couple of years, brought up issues with conflicts and what disqualifies them from participating in a meeting because of conflicts. So the basic rule, public officials have a disqualifying conflict of interest under the PRA when a decision has a reasonably foreseeable material financial effect on that official's economic interest, which is different from the effect on the public generally. So to say, well, you're going to benefit as a taxpayer when this business goes in, you're disqualified, doesn't quite cut it, because everybody benefits, right? So it isn't necessarily, the theory is that anything that would potentially, through financial means, influence your decision, because you want to protect your interest in that thing, then that would be a conflict.
So for the purpose of this rule, it applies to every public official, which includes your commissioners, your commission, you as commissioners. So what is an economic interest under the PRA? Business investments, 2,000 or more, business management positions or employment in for-profit entities, real property interests of 2,000 or more. So you own farmland up next to a cannabis grow, that could be a conflict of interest. Sources of income, 500 or more, which is a low threshold. I put in within previous 12 months, but if you have a risk where you've run into there's an item where you think at some point in the recent future that might have been, even if it's outside of the 12 months, and it's more than 500, then you're welcome to contact me and ask it, and we can analyze that and see if you should disclose it. Sources of gifts of 500 or more, and again, with the previous 12 months, I can put in the 12 months for the rule, but if you're concerned about something to where it comes to mind, I'm happy to discuss it with you. Personal finance effects or finances, financial effects or finances, which I think is the broader scope and umbrella for all of these issues. How do you determine if this economic interest qualifies as a conflict? Well, it's a 4-part test. Is the official or you making or participating in making or using your position to influence the governmental decision from which the financial effects result? That's a hard question to answer, especially when you're trying to analyze it yourself, which is why I'm recommending you come to me, because we can't always determine if we are being influenced by something that is part of our life. And if you have a financial interest in something, you may say, it's no big deal. But there's an unconscious effect. So it may be that you just need someone to discuss it with to make sure that your first assessment is correct. I'm happy to do that. Is the effect on the official on this, the same as on the public generally? So if that effect that you're analyzing is, well, the whole county feels this impact, why would it be an issue for me? I mean, that's generally what this would mean, is that if it's the same effect as everyone else, then it's probably not a conflict. Is it material? If you have a financial interest in, a business that has nothing to do with planning and no relation to any of the projects, then it really wouldn't be material. I mean, that's an extreme example. You're probably not going to get somebody bringing that up during a planning commission, but how close it is to you, how the business or the financial interest you have, how close it is to the project, to the item that's being heard, how far away in time was it, that sort of thing. Those are elements that are considered in relation to, is it being material? And is the financial effect reasonably foreseeable? That's generally legal speak for, is it something that's commonsensical? Is the effect something that would actually happen, as opposed to somebody makes an accusation, you're like, where did you even come up with that? How is that even rational? That's reasonably foreseeable, is that it wouldn't be in that case. So we're almost done, I swear. Common issues. Real property and 1,000-foot rule. The decision is presumed to have a material impact on your interests if you own property nearby, if it's within 1,000 feet of the property, if you own it. There may be some issues with if your spouse owns it, or maybe more so if your spouse, some if family members own it, but maybe not quite as severe or not as serious or material in that connection, but it just depends. So, we would have to look at it, but definitely if you own it, 1,000-foot rule. Clients are a source of income. If you have a business, you work for a business, and there are clients are a source of income. So that could be an issue. You work in a business where client income comes in, that income is distributed to everybody involved in that business, and you are one of the people involved in that business, you are receiving income. If that client has a permit before this commission, then that may be a conflict. So even if they're not your direct client, you're receiving income from them, it might be an issue. You might bring that to me and say, here's the structure of our business, this is how this works, this is the income I receive, and this is how I'm connected or not connected with this individual or this particular project. And then we can discuss that and see if you would recuse yourself or you just make a disclosure. Recusal. You go through all this and you determine, yes, there is a conflict. Then you would recuse yourself, and that happens before the item even makes it to the floor. So the item comes up, and you're like, all right, Mr. Chair, I'm going to recuse myself from this item, and you leave the room. because you can't be participating in any of it. Somebody will fetch you when it's over. You don't wait until after the item is brought up. You don't wait until public comment is over. You hear none of it. So you must publicly identify the interest in sufficient detail. So essentially, it would be, I have a business interest. I work for a company that has a connection with this, that has this client. And this client has this permit, so I'll be recusing myself. Refuse yourself from the discussion, as I said, and acting on the matter. And as I said, leave the room. Unless it's on a consent agenda, but you don't really have a consent agenda, so it's not a big deal. Conflicts of interest in contracts, we're not going to go in detail for this. Too much. Similar concept, you just need to remember that there are very strict rules relating to contracts. If your close family members are related in a business in any way or entity in any way in which the county is contracting with, you can't participate. And in some instances, the county can't have that contract. But it's less of an issue for the Planning Commission, but I thought I'd put it in here to make you aware of it because there might be some agreements that come before you that might fall similarly in this category. If you're related to groups that have special interests or that make agreements with the applicants and things like that. So I thought I'd bring that up. Okay. Did you want to go through the next questions or just end it? I just had a handful of more questions, but that's okay. We can end it.
What are the questions?
I have a few more if you want to go through, like to cover what we just covered, but that's okay.
On that same subject?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm okay.
You're like we're done. Okay, so we're good. Oh, well, basic on gifts, really. Anything of value is a gift. If it's over 500, collectively, you receive a bunch of little gifts from somebody, and they collectively make it to 500 or over, then it's a gift, and you need to consider the conflict for that. Unless it's a regular course of business. But anything that provides benefit and 500 over is a gift, and that would be a conflict. So, honoraria. I don't know if you're going to be doing a lot of that, but that's, you go out, you're receiving honorary anything, or you're giving a speech. You can't really accept payment for it, but there are some exceptions, especially if it's bona fide business. Now, I have a couple of handouts. One I asked staff to send to you. It's this one here, meetings and procedures. This has all the information in my presentation and more. If you didn't have to memorize all this. If you have questions going forward and you just want a brief sort of reference, that's what this is. You should have also received the Brown Act, open and public, I have it listed here, handout as part of your sort of intro packet. Yep. That's the Brown Act rules. That's very good quick reference guide. And here for ethics and conflicts, the Fair Political Practices Commission, this number here, and I can send the presentation to you if you want it. They are a non-county third-party advice group. This is what they do, and they will help you work through potential ethics issues, ethics and conflicts issues. And their website is very handy for all kinds of information and pamphlets and things. So if you desperately need information, and you don't want to bring it to the county, you can go to them. So if you don't want to bring it to me. And there we go. Your boredom shall have ended.
Thank you, Nicole.
That was good. If you have any questions, definitely shoot them my way. I'm always in my office. I just hung up all my art, so you can come in and see it. Again, I'm always available. Earlier is better for any issues. That way it gives me more time to help you address it. A couple seconds before the meeting is a little hard. But yeah, I'm always available if you have anything. Email, phone. Even when I'm remotely working, I have access to the phone, so calls will go through.
Well, you're always responsive.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So, yes, and again, any questions? Okay.
No, I have a question, but I might have to maybe take you up on some of your time to talk through some of the specifics. Okay. Thank you.
there any other staff update or anything?
Okay, we'll adjourn the meeting then.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.